Alright, I think the Poco stream is running. Hmm. Couple of things before we move on, you know, to the stream. I was gonna say I have some emotes coming, not a bunch, maybe like 2 or 3, but people kept asking me for Poco emotes, so I'm looking into it. I may or may not have won a raffle for Twitch emotes, so now I get to just, you know, not have to pay any money for them. And you know, there's no price better than free. But, other than that, you know what the real shame about this theme that's playing right now? I don't know if you guys can hear the music. It's the fucking, the remastered version. Oh, I've had a good day. Funny enough, I played D&D for like 4 hours and I almost fell asleep. Not because the campaign was boring, but just because for some reason around 11:30 on Tuesday I always get very sleepy. I don't know, it's very specific. I have no explanation as to why that is. Now, the reason I'm stalling here is because I'm trying to improve my bandwidth ever so slightly, and the way I'm doing that is by closing all of my EX Hentai tabs one at a time. So you guys get to listen to some Final Fantasy music while I small talk you into forgetting the fact that I just said I'm closing all my EX Hentai tabs. And no, only like 10 of them are Lana from Pokemon this time. I think. Let me count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No, I did not make a Poco image gallery. I guess I could. Save the images. The fuck do I look like a psychopath? You know how many dojins I have open right now? Hold on, I'll send you a screenshot. I closed like 5 just now, but... Here, I'll put it in Discord and then link the Discord. Hold on. Does that... Can you guys see that? Does that work? But yeah, no, I'm not insane. This is normal. But right now, as I'm talking to you, I'm actively closing each dojin. I have to bookmark the ones that I don't already have bookmarked. It's a little twisted. It's legal. What I'm doing is not illegal. I should be able to have as many dojins as I want open. I don't have any beans to show. Yeah, let me just load up those dojins on my ebook reader. I'll destroy you. Let's see. Lana's mom. Lana. Look, when you ask to see my beans, I don't know what to show you. I don't have any, there's no, it's physically impossible. I cannot show you the Poco beans. You know, last I checked, I think Poco does have some special function. I don't really know how to access them, but you know. I think you have to bind them to keys so I can do stuff like move my hands. Not that anyone in particular was looking for them, but... Hex Maniac. See? It's not just Lana. I don't know if anyone counted that, that art I just linked. I mean, that picture I just linked. It's a lot of tabs, though. So how have your guys' days been? I guess it's the best thing to ask. It's pretty selfish for me to just talk about my own. It's not that many tabs. Look, my computer's made for it. It's a powerful PC. It's just starting to lag a little bit. Oh, there's the one about Sylveon. Gotta close that one. Well, that's nice, Jarek. I don't really know. I don't really think I would put spinach on my pizza personally. I just don't like spinach. I think it sucks, but... Oh, shit. Bait's on steroids. He's juicing everyone. Get out of the way. Hold on. I'm about a quarter of the way done. If I could post how big my bookmarks have gotten because of all the fucking dojins I've added. Like, so what happens is so I'll just open up a window and I'll just keep opening tabs, like based on whatever tags I search for, just opening dojins. You know, I'll get around to them eventually, for the most part. And the ones that I don't get around to, that I like still, I just add them to my bookmarks. Not my computer bookmarks, my EX bookmarks. That's a little more efficient because I can organize them by like artist and shit. You know, just in case there's some similarity. Also, you know, I can't be a furry. I don't have any fur. Look at me. I'm just a regular Tanuki. With no fur to speak of. By the way, I hardly think it's 300 hentai tabs. I'm pretty sure it's way less. Okay, now we're going through a series of dojins that are just the inkling from Splatoon. I have about 20 of those open. There's the stupid bitch from that manga. You know, the big titty bowl cut. I don't even like her that much. She sucks, realistically. I don't think I'd use a fursuit. That doesn't... Fursuits are kind of weird to me. I don't know that I'd like them. Alright, there's all the Splatoon gone. What's left? Girls in Panzer. Now we're going through the Girls in Panzer week. That was like 2 weeks ago. Look. Yeah, no, this is all Girls in Panzer books. Okay, cool. Yeah, no, the Darjeeling Piss Dojin is there. Well, to be fair, this is a lot easier than an episode of Hoarders, because I can just decide which dojins I liked and save them to my favorites. It's a little easier. You know, I'm no expert on things that are easy, considering the fact that I've had dojins open for the past month. We're going through some unmentionables now. I can't mention them. That's why they're called unmentionable. Let's just say Suika from Toho is involved. Oh, there's that Dagashi Kashi Dojin. That one's good. Oh, there's the one with a handler sucks dick. That's good. Monster Hunter World. Big fan. Oh, I wish you guys could see this, but I'd be getting banned from the website, so... Don't worry, I'm almost done. I got 20 more dojins to close. I don't really look at yaoi, so no. I don't have any gay stuff. Sorry, pal. I mean, Yuri either. Not a fan of either. So while I'm doing this, perhaps someone can answer the question, what subject would I put my, my stream under if I'm just reading creepypastas? I genuinely don't know. Yes, Vile, what's going on? I'm simply closing my EX Hentai tabs. I'm doing nothing wrong. Yeah, no, so Poco Pod should be coming soon, by the way. That is one of the emotes that I requested. What anime girl is this? Oh, that's just some bitch, alright. So, as it stands, before I added all these things to my, library, my EX Hentai favorites, I have 7 pages, so by the time we're done, I will refresh, and we will see exactly how many pages I have added. What did I do wrong, Zeke? Name one thing I did wrong. I am an innocent Tanuki. Have you ever known Tanuki to lie? Because maybe you don't know Tanuki as well as you think you do. Fuck you, Zeke. Let's see. Ah, there's one of Ring Shibuya from Idolmaster getting fucked by 3 dicks. Big fan. 3 dicks. Let's count them. 1, 2, 3. 3 dicks. Alright, we're getting to the final stretch here. Furry MILFs 2. Big fan. Furry MILFs 3. I said final stretch. Wow, holy shit, we're adding a Mizuru K dojin to the favorites. That's rare. I fucking hate most of his dojins. They suck. Especially the Toho ones. Those fucking suck real bad. Couple of Yuffie dojins. Big fan of those. Can't go wrong with Yuffie. Oh, hold on. A loving couple dojin. That one's cute. Oh, there's one of Ada Wong. I could do without that one. I know the artist anyways. More Yuffie. Even more Yuffie. Holy shit. A lot of Yuffie today. Oh, some Freya. Now we're talking. I don't believe that's any of your business, J-Rack. That book was all Freya. That was like 100 pages of just Freya stuff. Very big fan. Oh, Dawn, there's Freya with a fat ass. That one's good. Now we're going through Final Fantasy Girl, I can tell. Oh, there's Nanachi. Okay, hold on. Man, you guys can see my favorites, huh? Look, I'm almost done. There's literally like, okay, now there's like 20 dojins left. There wasn't 20 before. I thought there was 20 before. Seems that was about the 40 mark. 19. Oh, there's a Yu-Gi-Oh! Zexal dojin. That's interesting. No, Nanachi, the fucking rabbit from that fucking anime where everyone suffers or something. I don't care. I don't know if you call this a hentai addiction, considering I kind of just open up 20 tabs a day and only read one. Maybe, Bun, maybe you're jealous because your computer can't run more than 10 tabs without crashing. You know, but that's not my problem. Maybe that's yours. Oh, there's one of Pepperoni, Girls in Panzer. We're going back to Girls in Panzer. There's one of Sagiri. I don't even like that series. I think Sagiri's a fucking awful character. She's cute, though. Oh, Toho Socks book. Classic. Bun's laptop will melt if they load more than like 10 tabs. Bun's out here talking shit with a computer that barely runs. I don't want to hear it, Bun. At least I can actually consume art. Yeah, I corrected myself. Patchouli Dojin. More patchouli. Yeah, but I'm sure it runs fine. Didn't you say your computer was like getting really hot one day and it just didn't, it was fucked up? I feel like that's not really normal. More pepperoni. Oh. Alright, we're on the last one. The last book. I'll post it in the Discord. Only people in the Discord can see. It's an anchovy book. And we are done. Officially. So, remember when I said we were going to check our EX Hentai tabs? Let's see. I would like to check my favorites. So we will see how many pages I've added today. There are now 9 pages. I've added 2 pages in the time it took me to close all those tabs. By the way, I was hoping you guys would help me decide on the third emote. The third emote for Poco. It has to be Poco themed. Give me some Poco ideas for emotes. I don't know. Yeah, that's already one of them. That's inappropriate. That, first of all, I think Twitch has to approve of emotes, and they're definitely not gonna approve of fucking my nuts, so... Jesus Christ. What is with you people and nuts? You know, if you guys want to see Poco's nuts so bad, why don't you draw them? I don't know. I really can't get anything... I probably can't get anything testicle related, like, approved. It's a shame because this is the inferior version. The original is much better. This is the HD remaster version where they're like, we remastered the whole soundtrack. But I actually kind of just like the original. Listen to it. Sounds a lot more tribal. I fuck with it. So anyways, for today, on the agenda, I've been wow. No, I'm not streaming the screen because my Twitter tabs are open on the screen, and my Twitter also can't be looked at on my Twitter can't be seen publicly. If only you guys knew what I had to look at on Twitter every day. No, it's Final Fantasy X, Zeke. Shut up, Bun. I will silence Bun tonight. They will never speak again. By the way, this is the original. What we were listening to about 2 minutes ago was the remastered version, and I much prefer this version. I like the little accordion that plays. Anyways, on to Final Fantasy XII. I don't know, should I do creepypastas first, or should I do that after? Because I feel like everyone that came for creepypastas is going to be like, oh, you're doing Final Fantasy. Because once I get into Final Fantasy, I'm going to do it for like hours, you know. And, well, you guys aren't going to be here for the... Alright, fine. You know what? Don't forget that you asked for this. I tried to make this more accommodating for everyone. Yeah, no, I tried to make this much more accommodating for everyone. Yeah, I guess I'll do creepypastas at the end. I don't know. Meanwhile, actually, if you link creepypastas in the chat, I'll open them in more tabs. And, I can just... I have, now that I closed the 300 EX hentai tabs, everything's loading really fast, surprisingly. You know, couldn't tell you why. I have no fucking clue. There's probably no connection. But yeah. So, last I checked in Final Fantasy XII, we had gotten off the ship and we were back in Rabanastre. You know, it's really funny how often the solution to problems is just get off and go back to Rabanastre. Or were we back in Bujerba? I'm not sure. We'll find out soon. Yeah, no, you guys can go ahead and link any creepypastas you want to link. I fucking, honestly, if any of you guys find Mr. Mix, whatever, I don't care, find it. No, you go back to Bujerba after the ship, and then you fly back to Rabanastre. I believe. Whatever, we'll find out soon. I'm starting it up now. I'm sure nobody noticed, I did, that I've started in the center of the screen this time. Normally I start not in the center of the screen. As such, I will be adjusting. You know, apparently it's like an actual skill for VTubers to like efficiently move their avatar across the screen or something. I do not have that efficient skill. Oh, yeah, I'm back in Busherba. Cool, okay. More importantly than fucking Bujerba, I gotta go see if there's any hunts to take care of. Actually, let me check my status first. Oh yeah, I was leveling Fran and Bosch. I'm sorry, the music in this game is really catchy to me, and I know whistling is very annoying in the microphone. I will try to stop. I did not pog. I've never pogged in my life. Oh, no new build. Oh, fuck, you know what I gotta do? Poco the whistling VTuber, is that gonna be my talent? Professional VTubing whistler? I think I should probably have my first Clan Centurio hunt right now. Although I only have 2 teleport stones and I probably shouldn't waste them. Oh, I gotta go beat up Marquis Ondor, hold on. A professional whistling is a thing. I am not nearly at professional level. I can whistle kind of well, but professional whistlers have like competitions and shit. They can like whistle really low tones and, you know, I would say I can't really call myself a professional whistler considering I can't do that thing where you stick your fingers in your mouth and you whistle louder for people. I've never been able to do that. I think it's because I have a fucked up gap in my teeth. That's right, Poco has a tooth gap.
When Vossler learned my father had been killed the night of the treaty signing, he returned to Rabanastre, there to aid my escape. There was still time before Vane's reach extended too far. We thought that you could protect me.
I can whistle
However,
through the gap, but it
when I
sounds
then made
very
the
annoying. I
announcement
mean,
that you had
whistling through the
taken your own
microphone's
life,
already annoying, but...
I must have seemed a model citizen of the Empire. The announcement, you see, was Vane's suggestion. Of course, at the time I was reluctant, but I could not perceive his reasons. Now it is clear he meant to drive a wedge between us.
Halim, we are past all this. Busherba must stand with us. We can stop Vane.
Yeah, alright, bro. He doesn't want to lose his his country getting beat up by the Empire. The Empire's fucking huge. I don't see Bujerba having any dreadnoughts, do you?
I once knew a girl whose only wish was to be carried in her uncle's arms.
Now, tell you what.
Your Majesty is a woman grown
If I
now.
say that, are you going to
Bujerba
clip
will
me?
aid me.
Because that,
Suppose
it
for a
seems
moment
like
you
you're
were
going to
defeat
clip me.
Vane. What then? You cannot simply rebuild your kingdom with the only proof of your birthright stolen. Without that, the Grand Kiltias on Boomises cannot and will not recognize your Majesty as the rightful heir. You may yet be a princess, but without proof of your identity, you are powerless. You will remain with me. We do nothing till the time is right.
I cannot just wait.
Then what does your Majesty propose we do?
Oh, Ash.
Kareem.
Ash gasps a lot. Not as much as like Yuna in FF10. Yuna
What is
gasps
the
a
going
lot.
rate for rescuing princesses these days?
I guess I
Food
could
would
say
be a
fuck
start.
hoes, get
The good
toes
stuff,
for you
mind
since
you.
that's what you wanted.
This
I don't
can be
know.
arranged, though it will take some time.
Time enough for a bath, I hope. Dirty business, you know. Ah, best bring a change of clothes, too.
Balthia would be like, time to change my clothes, walks out in the same exact outfit.
What are you doing?
Is Ash trying to leave in Balthia's
This is
ship?
Balthia's ship.
Yeah, no, get the fuck out of the ship. What are you doing?
I'm going to retrieve the Dawn Shard. It's the proof that I need. I know where it's hidden. I'll return his airship later.
Are you
Bitch.
crazy?
Even if, look, the thing is, even if
This is
Vaughn
something that I have
tells
to
you
do.
to stop, you should
Not
probably
only for
stop.
myself, but for all those who have fallen. I will not be made to hide. I'll fight alone if I must.
It's funny.
You still have Bosch, right? Besides, you can't just go around stealing people's
I always
ships.
imagine-
What are you trying to do?
When I like,
I'm trying to concentrate.
I wonder how funny it would be as a. Oh, I was wondering how funny it would be as a joke if I
bit over the top. In my line of work, you never know when something like this might come in handy.
if I bought a pair, like several
trying to
pairs of the
concentrate.
same clothes. Why does he have a voice changer? Balthia, what are you gonna do with the fucking Ash voice changer, bro?
I'm leaving you with the Marquis.
You can't.
Trust me, you're better off staying here.
Yeah, but
Suppose you
I kept
kidnapped
wanting
me
to
instead.
like wear several pairs
You're
of
a
the
sky
same
pirate,
clothes
aren't you?
and
Then
see
steal
how
me.
many, see if
Is that
anyone
so much
noticed,
to ask?
or if someone was
do
asking
you
like,
have
hey,
that
why
I
are you wearing
want?
the same clothes every day? And I
The
go, oh, this
Darkest
is
King's
fucking brand
treasure.
new, and it has like the
Dawn
the
Shard
tags
is but
and
one
shit
of
on
the
it.
riches that lie waiting in King Wraithwall's tomb.
Oh fuck, Tomb of
King
Wraithwall
Wraithwall, you say?
sucks.
Kidnapping royalty is a
You
serious
guys want to hear
offense.
something really funny? The
It
Tomb
won't
of
do much to lower the
Wraithwall
bounty on your head.
got
much
the
is the
shit
price on your head
trivialized
these
out of
days,
it
I
because I
wonder?
had
Allow
Ash
me to
really
escort
buffed
you in
up
Vosla's
before,
place.
Will you
and she
be
was just
joining
firing
us?
black magic at the fucking
What?
retard
Are you
asshole
kidding?
bird.
I don't want to stick around this place.
Then I'm coming too.
Penelo,
Don't leave me here.
Oh, sorry, Simp. I mean, Penelo.
of course not.
When
Actually,
it's settled, we
I
should leave
am
before
already
the
Coco.
Marquis
They've,
realizes she's missing, like proper kidnappers.
regularly? Regularly. You know, whatever's regular. I will not have you slander me. Wow, look who it is. It's the huge bitch. Does it matter how confident I am? It's bathing. I don't have to be confident in baths. Virtual, all the fucking judges wear armor like that.
Does this set Draculaw?
I have confirmed he receives funds from Lord Vane. His agency in the fall of Nabudis is also certain. Yet, with Judge Zekt, who led the assault, missing, the truth remains difficult to ascertain.
The long, cold years have clouded my eyes. I cannot see my own son's heart.
My lord,
This illness will claim me.
You know what's weird? What's the reason that the Emperor even decided
Who
to
is
take over?
be my successor?
Why do you even have to take over
The Senate
Dalmasca? I think
fears
they
the
weren't trying to
capable
fight him.
Peregrine Vane. They prefer a young fledgling emperor.
Make Larsa the Emperor.
Gabranth, once in the past I laid siege to your homeland.
the Republic of Landis is long since gone. My allegiance lies wholly with the Empire.
Alright, simp. I mean, Gabron.
Perhaps. But what of your brother? He did not accept us as you did. He fled to Dalmasca. Did you never think to follow him?
I follow his every move. He is an enemy of the Empire. He will be cut down.
So you would kill even your own brother for the Empire. Be that as it may, Gabrand.
Yeah, dude, Gabron is a
Your
simp.
ruthlessness is not without merit. But it must not become this way with Larsa. You must ensure that it does not.
So then you ask me to be his sword, to strike where he might not.
Rather be his shield. Gabranth, keep your close watch on Vayne. His is the keenest blade of all.
My lord.
That's a little bit too intricate. I don't want to make them like...
me, Gabranth. I could not bear to see my sons war with each other again.
Maybe use a confused Poco with question marks? That might work.
Whoa. This come in handy often?
It's tough being popular. Wouldn't want any admirers dropping in while we're away. Well now, that's as far as she goes. We'll be in yacht from here onwards.
I have played
Across
Vagrant
the
Story.
sand sea
I don't know
to
if
the
Vagrant
Valley of
Story
the
would be a
Dead.
good stream.
And to King Wraithwall's tomb below.
I'd argue
So when you're in yacht, sky stones don't work at all.
15% of this world
That's
is
why
a
we gotta
desert.
cook the rest of the way, you see?
Happy you get to teach me something for a change?
Well, if you want to be a sky pirate, you gotta know your... Hey, what do you mean for a change?
Come on,
At least we
accept
thought
it.
to bring
I'm smarter than
entertainment.
you.
Oh yeah? Says who? You want to see what they think about it?
I like how even like in the story, Ash, fucking Penelo and Vaughn are just joke characters. I mean, like, obviously, Vaughn is dealing a lot of damage and has a lot of health right now. That's because I only played with him for most of the story. Oh, I do not have a lot of money. What the hell happened? What did I do? What was I doing? What did I spend all my money on? I don't remember doing all that. I don't need a fucking firefly. Fuck out of here. I actually kind of need these. I might have to grind. Oh, look at the Moogle! I love Moogles in this game. They're so cute. Worst character in the party, like, stats-wise? I don't care if everyone dislikes Vaughn. Vaughn's stat growth is really good. And he has a very high speed. Vaughn's best stat, if I recall, I think it's just flat damage. His defense is his cheeks. You know, then Bosch's defense would be higher considering, you know, he's the knight class, but you know. I would argue right now everyone has a niche they fill, but that's because of all the jobs I've given everyone. I remember not liking climbing over all these platforms. Because all the gremlins that beat you to death. But I do know that it's really easy to change shit here. Oh, a Moogle emote would be cute. I don't know if are we allowed to get a Moogle emote, though? And that's why they call it the Sand Sea. It's literally a sea made of sand, Vaughn. I will never stream Final Fantasy XIV, if only because I think if anyone from Squeenix sees my mods, they can just ban me. Even if they're not, like, inappropriate or nothing. Like, even if I just have the mod where I replace my Viera's feet with rabbit feet.
So where exactly is Wraithwall's tomb?
No, I like Final Fantasy XIV. I think I'm good.
Far to the west. We must first cross the Yogir Yensa, and beyond that, the Nam Yensa, before we reach the tomb. An expanse of desert larger still than all of Delmasca. We must pace ourselves. If you grow tired, we stop and take rest.
You don't have to worry about me. I'm tougher than I look.
You are at that.
Look at Fran's ears bouncing. It's fucked up that Final Fantasy XII could have ear bouncing physics, but 14 doesn't have ear bouncing for Viera's. Time to die. That's all I needed him for. Fuck Male Viera! As a matter of fact, I'm tempted to just get rid of you for that remark. Male Viera is the worst idea I've ever heard in my life, and I think they would suck ass. The only people that like them are fucking Fujoshi and gay niggas with no taste. That's my take, and you may quote me on that. Male Viera! The only people whining about Male Viera. Male Viera players would never get rights from me. If I had the rights to give people rights, I would take away the rights of anyone who liked Male Viera. So, if I recall, you can farm Alron here for stacks. Female Hrothgar would be really funny, if only because it would make the Male Viera, the people who want Male Viera, like, really angry. And I think that they deserve it, because the only people who like Male Viera are Fujoshi. And we really need less of those in Final Fantasy. I mean, we have way too many, but... When did Fran die? Okay. Didn't realize she died. Do I not have... oh, there we go. No, no Male Viera. If you keep talking about Male Viera, I'll have to remove you. Just like Square Enix removed Male Viera. Can you tell I play with Vaughn a lot? Everyone else's health kind of sucks. I'm sure you can tell who I've been grinding with the most because their health breaks 1,000. I'm not gonna mute Male Viera. Oh, I forgot. Red mage, not black mage. I'm sure you can tell why Vaughn does so much damage. Shikari does a lot of damage. Well, the story behind whatchamacallit, the story behind Nora is that the artist just wanted to draw Nora, and they were like, I'm not gonna draw Nora unless she gets a girlfriend. And I was like, you know what? I like the design of the OC enough that I'll just put up with it. So I did. Oh, yeah, Claire, too. Do not be upset, brother. Even if you find out the formula, I don't know how you would manipulate it, but... Niggas be like, I found the formula. I'm like, okay, so what are you gonna do with it, though? I mean, Zeke, you can't control it. Crits happen on a percentage. You get, you suck, and you can't do anything about it.
A construct to draw oil from the ground. Abandoned many years now, it seems.
Did Dalmaskans build this?
Whatever, dude. It's not important
the
to me.
Rosarians. Their empire lies far to the west.
Sometimes I hit
ever at
crits,
war
sometimes
with
I don't.
Arcadia. Heedless of the kingdoms caught in their midst. Dalmasca, Nabrodia, Landis.
'Tis the small craft's fate to watch the list of the galleons and pray for light winds.
Vossler.
Oh, it's Vossler.
Why are you here?
Imagine my surprise when upon my return to Beaugerbe, I find both you and the Lady Ash have vanished. I thought you above consorting with sky pirates.
Malthier is a man worthy of our trust, and it was the Lady Ash's decision. I am content to lend my arm, as I could not when Rassler died, when her throne was taken.
Zeke, who cares?
Never
Just
again.
fucking hit some crits, idiot.
I will defend her
Or
this
don't hit
time.
some crits. I'll laugh at
You
you.
walked the Knight's path. The Lady Ash?
We should leave this place.
I
Let me
love
guess.
Fran's voice.
Sandstorm?
I love Fran's voice a lot.
Something far worse.
I see. So the Dawn Shard does lie in King Wraithwall's tomb. The Marquis sympathizes with your plight, yet the Empire perches as a carrion bird on his shoulder. He can keep whispers of your abduction silent for only so long.
Yes. Tell me, Vossler, what have you accomplished?
We leave at once. This is Urutan Yensa territory, and they are unfond of visitors.
I think it's cool if the sand people can... You know, they got these little sand fishes. I mean, I'm gonna beat them to death, but... You know, if you're gonna keep making obvious Star Wars
Looks like we've
comparisons...
attracted the wrong sort of attention. Let's quit this place while we still can. Move!
Vossler, have you found the means to restore Dalmasca?
First, we must claim the Dawn Shard. It all begins with that.
No, I don't smoke, unfortunately. No, I wouldn't consider it a Star Wars game because this is actually good. And I wouldn't put it in a ranking because it's not a Star Wars game. Sorry. I actually like this game, so... Yep, and this is not one of them because it's not a Star Wars game. Shut the fuck up! I'm not grinding Rex up to 99, nothing happens. You still get one shot by fucking, by Gabron. Literally nothing changes. Do you know how long it would take to get Rex up to 99? In the fucking tutorial level? I'd be playing for weeks. Also, his levels don't really transfer over or nothing, so it's not like you get to keep them. No, they don't. I mean, it would be kind of broken if your levels transferred over, because Vaughn would start out, oh, there goes my chain. Alright, die, I guess. I think either this dungeon or the Still Shrine of Miriam, around then is when I got my second class, and I usually class Vaughn into, Samurai. Samurai. Which I think personally is a pretty good idea. Vile, you should have seen me on the fucking Leviathan. I was cheesing all the guards. I think I got like a 200 chain. It's pretty raw. It was a little raw. I had over 190. What the fuck are you on about? I barely had 100. Now you're just lying. Well, yeah, no, the money, it doesn't give you shit for money. What it gave me a lot of is potions. Wait, that thing, if I recall, that thing fucks. That's not gonna aggro, okay, it doesn't aggro you unless you attack it, cool. Yeah, I know. Oh god. It's aggroed. What fucking item do you even use to get rid of a... That was an elemental, and it can fuck you up if you're not careful. Oh, I probably have Vox. But Vox would be on, hold on. Oh, right. How'd I forget? Silly me. What are even channel points? What are you talking about? Oh. What do you do with channel points? I have no idea what those are for, even. Oh, there it goes. It happened. It did it already. Fantastic. I didn't even aggro it. I guess if you hurt the Ur-10 Yensa, the fucking elementals fuck you. That was a different one. Does Voss only have one Phoenix down? I guess he only does. He has one, whatever. I mean, Zeke, you're gonna ask me why I don't remember why the elementals are attacking me. I'm gonna have to tell you that I don't remember, and I also don't care. So, die. Stop highlighting messages. Fuck off. Die. Is there only one elemental? I think that's the same. I think that's the same elemental. God, Fran's ass is nice. I am a fan of Fran. Oh. There's like no connection between the Viera and Miracle. I don't know what you're talking about. Hate to say it. I mean, they're both rabbit girls. That's about it. No, there isn't. The only connection is that they're all rabbits. What the fuck are you talking about? I'm going to beat all of you to death. I think I'm happy as a Tanuki, thanks, but... I'm also not very tall. Oh! I guess gain the spell Reflect? Okay. That's kind of raw. My favorite weapon in the game? Honestly, I don't know. I believe that if I go down there, there's like one of those fish dudes and I'm gonna break my chain. So I might as well get it as high as I can before I leave. And there goes the chain. What do you mean, no more pale? No, I like pale girls. I don't think I'm ever gonna stop liking pale girls, so... That's on you, bro. Wait, that goes to a completely different zone. Yeah, I remember now. That's a completely different zone. I don't even know why I went in there. I just wanted it on my map. It's nice to have. But I remember this zone will kick your fucking ass, so... Okay, Zeke, whatever you say, buddy. I mean, you say when people got up to abdomens, people still like girl stomachs, so it really hasn't changed. Come on, get over here. He's not gonna come over here. I mean, no, in the 2010s, it's literally all of them. God, I wish the Viera in 14 were this lanky. I really do. Like, that is such a fucking look, dude. Like, Fran's fucking everything. What a look. What a vibe. Hey, look, a friendly fish. Literally, the fish is not aggressive, see? That's a funny fish, everyone. If you've never seen one, I'd like to introduce you to a funny fish. You should stop crafting and gathering. That's what you should do. I think that would be pertinent. You should simply vibe. Did you know that with all the time I've wasted in FF14, I probably could have had every class max to 80, but I simply didn't. Oh, okay, I guess they just all ganged up on Fran. Oh, hold on. There we go. Wait, have you seriously not done Gimlet Dark yet? Yeah, Fran got bonked again. Fran the bonked. Have you seriously not done Gimlet Dark yet? That's literally unbelievable to me. I believe that's a katana, but okay, I'm not tripping. It is a katana. Fuck, I forget. Zeke, do you remember when you get second classes? I think it's after the Still Shrine of Miriam, right? Man, what does that mean? We're not having a Final Fantasy XIV hate stream. There's no place for that here. Be nice. Oh, right, I keep forgetting you haven't played Zodiac Age. Do you want Zodiac Age? Yeah. Turkey fillet. I mean, I guess. Are you gonna send in my web zone? You can email me some turkey fillets, that's fine. Oh, I've been boshed. Bosch has been bashed. They do kind of be fucking me up. I keep forgetting that you can play as guest characters sometimes. Zeke, you should just tell your parents to quit the game and tell them they're bad also. Oh, thank fucking God. I genuinely think that those oil platforms are rough as fuck. I've never had a lot of fun with that. I feel like 12 would be next to perfect if they had a fishing minigame. No, it doesn't. You're fucking crazy, bro. Yeah, I don't think I've ever done the fishing minigame then. I gotta get this dude a better gun. Yeah, I've never seen the fishing minigame in 14. That is new to me. Zeke, have you ever used measures? Because I think they're genuinely interesting. I'm interested in measures. I think you get them later on, but the fact that you have to attack your team to apply buffs is really cool. It makes setting up the gambits for them interesting, too. Fuck! All the HP's down there. Oh, that's a shame. Yeah, using measure builds are kind of odd from what I've seen. In like a good way, they seem like it'd be an interesting challenge. Oh yeah, I'm glad you did. I'm glad you heeded my suggestion. Oh, wait, seriously? That's a little fucking gay. I think the Protect Gambit is like a little fucked. She just uses it far too often for it to be efficient. Alright, on to the Nam Yansa? Yeah. Yep, there we go. This zone's a lot nicer than the Eurotan. There's also no oil platforms with salamander entities. It's funny, I've never seen Gravity Falls. People keep telling me I should. Not once, though.
Yeah.
I think while Vossler's here, I'm gonna do a little bit of grinding. I really want the license points. Let me just chart out where the Yensa dudes hang out. Like, because they just casually respawn in this zone. And I should be able to simply beat them all to death without fighting the birds, the Bagolies. Yeah, I should probably go check out Centurio. I didn't do the turtle hunt even. I have a lot of shit I gotta do. I'm kind of behind. Yeah, you know what? While I have Vossler, let me go fuck around and do some Centurio hunts. I will give you that this track sounds a little bit like Star Wars. It does give me very similar vibes. Wait, Linus Tech Tips is playing Beat Saber right now? I need more damn gil. Y'all gotta start giving me more money. Okay, are you going to go attack Lena's tech tips? Why did you tell me of this? Give me 10 seconds. I'm gonna go get something to eat really fast. I'm going to go Poco Chow. You get to stare. You get to handle me staring at you for the next minute and a half. I don't know. Alright, I was speed eating some rice and I choked on it. Look at him, look at him. I love Moogles. The Uba Bowl restaurant. Alright, other side. No, I'm not winning. I'm losing horribly. Thank you for asking. I swear to God, I remember, I think, someone saying Mont Blanc can reset your licenses. And I might want to, because I kind of want to put Pinello into bows like I usually do. Oh, I haven't even really talked to Mont Blanc. Look at that. Oh, yeah, he does change the... Don't eat at fucking McDonald's. God, I love the marketplace in Rabanastre. It's so... Look at this! You're an idiot. Why don't you just drive through the drive-thru? So if anyone knows me when I play Final Fantasy XIV, you guys know I like Ul'dah a lot. I wish Ul'dah was like half the city Rabanastre. I fucking love Rabanastre so much. So fucking pretty. I hate that it's so nice. Should never visit it again in any other Final Fantasy game. I think management straight up tells them not to let anyone that is in a bike, is in a car, or motorcycle, or motor vehicle go through. So, like, it isn't anything personal. Unless you're an asshole. For the most part, if it's, like, late at night, they're probably not gonna give a shit if you come by on a bike. Unless you're a fucking weird crackhead, then maybe they might. I don't hate Limsa. And I got used to, I don't hate Gridania either. To be honest, Virtual, you should probably never need McDonald's ever.
Yeah.
Not so much health for no reason, idiot. You're asking way too many questions that you're probably not ready for the answer to. Fuck wildlife. All my homies hate wildlife. I forget, do you need something special for this hunt? I think you do. You know, Virtual, I'm gonna go on a limb and say you probably haven't played that many JRPGs. I don't know. You seem like you're kind of wrong. I don't know. You have a lot of opinions, and I don't like them. They bother me a little. I just want to put my fingers around your neck and, you know, give him a good old squeeze. But, you know, in a nice way, like a friend would do. Friends choke other friends, right? That's another thing. I don't know shit about Twitch emotes or nothing else. There's like a lot of Twitch inside jokes I simply do not understand. Oh yeah, no, there's a lot about Resonance of Fate that I fucking hate. The HD remaster did not make it. The game is ugly. Like, let's be honest here. The characters are fine, but like the way that maps and shit work, the game is just ugly. I can't fucking stand it, honestly. I know a lot of people will just look past it. Oh hey, look, it's a friendly hunter. Those guys are cool. Hail, hunter. Yeah, Final Fantasy XIV soundtrack is literally all on YouTube, but oh, killed a Giza rabbit, whoops. They're friendly too, I murdered one. I am simply a criminal now. Yeah, it's funny because Power Man 5000 complained about it, even though, like, that band hasn't been relevant in, like, 20 years. It's a shame. Well, yeah, you could probably buy the soundtrack. I mean, like, I don't think you can get on, like, a streaming site if that's what you're worried about.
Yeah.
The Last Remnant's good. I would say get remastered. Where the fuck is the Cluckatrice? It's supposed to be in this zone, I know. I think I killed everything. No, no, it's the Cluckatrice, not the Rains. The Rains is lame, and I hate it. Oh. Sorry, you gotta die. There it is. Die. Wait, what cures Petrify again? Oh, Gold Needle, that's right. I forgot this hunt was actually a little tough. Well, that's only because of the Petrify, but... God, playing on max speed all the time really puts into perspective how fucking slow the game truly is. Oh. The Cluckatrice has been murdered. Fucked up that I definitely needed Vossler for that, and if he wasn't there I probably wouldn't have won. So, have you guys thought of any creepypastas you want me to read? I'm still gonna do it. Hope you didn't think I just forgot. No, no, it's still creepypasta time. Alright, alright. I'm not reading Bob the Builder Lost episode. Shut up. As a matter of fact, I'm going to attack you for saying that. You kind of deserve it, realistically. Lost episode pastas are the stupidest shit. Right next to Mr. Mix. I don't know why everyone's so obsessed with Mr. Mix. I'm wondering, I think this is already true, but, let's see. There's a weapon or stat, there's a weapon branch or stat that determines how often enemies drop items. Mr. Mix is a really bad creepypasta that I read to everyone when they first hear me read. It's really bad. No. I don't know if you can compare them. You don't have to compare it to anything. It's just another bad creepypasta. I'm not reading the Yu-Gi-Oh! Creepypasta. I will never read it. That thing is literally like 12 pages of just in-depth detail about the specific Yu-Gi-Oh! Game. And it bothers me to fucking death. It's not even scary. It's not entertaining. It was like there was a ghost inside the Yu-Gi-Oh! Game. Yeah, it's funny for you. It's not funny for me because I have to read it. Fuck you. I think I want to change Fran's class, but I think changing it will just reset all the points I have into fucking Red Mage. I, Amari Poco, will read bad creepypastas, but I will choose the bad creepypastas. I will not allow you cringe children. If you're gonna suggest something to me, you should suggest something good, I think. Alright. I mean, you might not be listening. Like, you think about like older creepypastas. I would say old creepypastas, but not classic ones, are the ones that are like that. There are many varied and very interesting creepypasta if you're willing to look. Most people are not willing to look. I, however, am built slightly different. I think you're gonna have a 45-minute string of cutscenes once you finish Gimlet Dark. Sorry to tell you, bro. I mean, it is easier to find obscure J-horror if you're Japanese. Which I guess you aren't, huh? Poor skeleton. Favorite journey is I suppose I could think about it. Just give me a moment, man. There we go. That's a little tough. Fuck. What was the name of the story where they, the family owned a barbecue shop and it was all greasy, and the guy had like a face full of pimples and he just squeezes them all? That was my favorite one. I think it was really fucked. That's cool, because I like the art. This thing's gonna fuck us, isn't he? Fuck. Stop telling me what to do, Zeke. Fuck you. You're just jealous because you didn't have fast forward. It's bothering you so much. It does fuck up battles, though. Well, it only fucks up battles because it's like physically impossible to keep up with the fast forward even on pause mode. That's pretty epic. You know what's funny? When I was younger, I would rely so much on missed charges, like a lot. It was really crazy, actually. They have green tea citrus flavor. That sounds pretty good. I don't actually remember how to use quickening. That's how long it's been.
I never miss. My regards.
Yes, I'm proud of you, Zeke. Thank you for finishing Dark Gimlet. Gimlet Dark, not Dark Gimli. I don't remember how to use these at all.
I must endure.
Please. I never miss.
I'm still going. If you're fast enough, you can keep doing them, but I'm not fast enough, so.
I must endure.
Yep, there we go. 6 hits is all I can get out of it. And I get a cool effect out of it. Wow, I think that's way too much goddamn health. Well, at least we know how much health it has. Too much. Oh, we talking about Yazamat? Yeah, Yazamat takes a while to kill.
Got it.
Oh fuck! I fucked up. Yeah, I fucked up. They didn't want to give me any. They didn't want to give me any shuffles. My shuffles were bad. And if you keep shuffling, you'll fuck up. Can you guys please beat up that skeleton? He's just doing like needless damage. Thank you. Okay. I had a chain on skeletons. I did not realize I had a chain on skeletons. So because of potion lore, technically the best healer in the party is Balthier. Because a normal potion heals more than cure. And I have 98 of them. I just think it's crazy that Oh yeah, Yazamat? No, Yazamat could take up to fucking 12 hours if you didn't have the right gambits and shit. It's really funny. Also, I think people keep saying that if you ever play on active, you're a psychopath because it's that hard. I think that's really funny. Hold on, let me try this before it gets murdered. Do I still have slow on me? I do. This is gonna take fucking forever. Wow, a potion. Amazing. I sure need more of those. I doubt it would work if I tried to warp it, but it would be very funny if I could. Oh shit, he just one-shot Fran, okay. I know this isn't interesting to anyone besides Final Fantasy XII fans, and I'm sorry. I'm not really sorry because I love this game and all the tedium that precedes it. I also have no idea why this enemy's only targeting Vossler. I know it's because he's the only one doing consistent damage, but at the same time... There. The rock choice has been felled. That is a little bit of a Poco Pog moment. I deserve that, ever so slightly. Took me a while, though. Lots of potions. Now I can get back to the main story, unless there's more hunts to be had. I don't believe there is. I could just endlessly farm these tunnels for bone fragments and other loot, which would be pretty nice, but it would also be very anti-fun for you guys. The fast forward makes it very easy to farm. Oh, yeah, of course I'm going to do the Fawn Coast hunts. I love those. Wow, the skeletons just won't stop spawning. You know, not that I'm complaining, that's more skeletons for me, but... Alright. I like doing that. I'm not leveling Rex to 99, shut the fuck up. Sorry, you guys get to deal with me chaining skeletons for a little bit. The bone fragments are worth a pretty penny, and so are the dark stones. Now we're playing with chains. Wealthier doesn't need a car, he has an airship. I would rather have an airship than... I would rather have an airship than a car any fucking day. He would drive an airship if he had a car. He would just be like, I can't stand this fucking car, and then he'd get in the airship. And he'd be like, friend, let's fuck on the airship. And then she'd be like, oh yes, okay. And then he'd fuck, you know. That was my really bad friend impression. It's not great. Please don't expect any kind of accuracy from me. You won't get it. Since these are skeleton enemies, can you heal them to death? Or they don't have the zombie status, which I don't even know if you can get with. Did I kill all the skeletons? They're not spawning anymore? I've wiped out the skeletons. Oh, can I keep fucking farming that chest? Oh, that bat was waiting for me. That's a little cringe. What's my chain at right now? I think it's fairly high. I'm doing okay on Guild too. I mean, nothing special. I'd like to be doing better on Guild, but hey, you know, you can't always win. There goes my chain. Real crying shame. How easy it is to just start a chain on the skeletons again. I was at like 10 more without even trying. And yet, the bats have ruined my chain. I am a filthy chainer. I do love chaining. It is genuinely a really nice way to approach farming for loot and shit. I have no complaints with chains. Ooh, that's a lot of bone fragments. Look at that. See what I mean? Chaining the skeletons was a really good idea. And look at all those license points, baby. Oh, that's right. I forgot. Ninja swords are completely different from katanas, but they're really good, and I need to get some. If I recall, I think I rushed Vaughn to Ninja There. That's where I got him. Because they're special weapons and they take 100 license points to use. You get your first one, I forget when, but you get your first one. Ninja swords are fucking baller. No, they don't. No, they don't. Ninja swords are great on Vaughn. They're great on the Shikari class, at least. You know, maybe in vanilla they suck. I don't care if you disagree, but you're gay, so that's cool. Imagine not supporting your boy in his quest to get ninja swords. There. Okay. This is where she starts getting bulkier, I think. Yeah, okay, so this is shields. And, okay, so I'm going to want to clear out this ring right here. Probably won't be a problem. And a mischarge. All right. Dum bum 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 bum. Ah, finally! Let's go! Huh. Need that. I've been waiting for Kira. I fucking really need Kira. That's going to make things a lot easier. This changes everything, in the words of, Swampletics. This changes everything. Oh, right. Keep forgetting. Two-hander. Oof. Why would you do that? So what I like to do when I get a second class, I like to make, so the samurai class actually has a lot of magic support. So what I'll do is I make Ash into the samurai class, and I'll give Pinello bows and make what's her name, Spears, Fran. It's generally a solid plan. Alright, gonna blow some money on armor, which I desperately fucking need. And then I'm gonna proceed to the Sand Sea, and once we're done with that, we're gonna hit the tomb, and then I guess it'll be a good time to end off. I think. Oh my god, I don't have enough money for everyone. Yeah, I meant end off in the game. I already said I was gonna read creepypastas. Bait, why do you do this to yourself? Whoa, hold on, no. Yeah, the ideal weapon is the fucking mithril blade. There's nothing ASMR quality about my voice. It's annoying and shrill. I can't imagine anyone would want to hear it for any kind of prolonged period of time. I say as you all listen to the stream, but you know what I mean. There's nothing anyone would want to hear about me yelling into the mic at all. That's ridiculous. 3 hours to finish fucking Final Fantasy XII? Wow. I mean, you can just rest your head on my tail. I don't have that kind of tail control. You can't grab things. In case you didn't notice, it's kind of fluffy. That sounds better. I would abuse people with my tail. Gonna be honest, Penel, you don't have to cast Protect on Vossler. He'll just handle it. He'll just vibe. I'm back with new equipment, boys. You should be mildly afraid of what I have to do. Wait, it was done 2 weeks ago? Wow. Well, I mean, almost 6 hours is still really fast for fucking Final Fantasy XII. I'm at 9 hours in this game almost right now, and I'm not even halfway through the game. Oh god, a lightning fan? Never mind, they don't deserve their record. Die. Oh. Okay, Vossler. Cool. Nice fish kill, brother. Can't wait to hear about Dream's hacked percentages that are physically impossible in this game. It's like, yeah, I just found the Zodiac Spear in a pot! And it's like, okay. I just have really good luck, and all his fans are like, no, it's normal. You can totally get the Zodiac Spear from the first pot in the game. It's fine. The percentage is there. It's not 0. Okay. Oh, yeah, I know. I'm glad people have even bothered to speedrun this game. It's really good and it deserves to be speedrun. It deserves to be enjoyed in general. Okay, well, Zeke, you're gonna be the only one on it, and then someone's gonna realize there's an easy record to take, and they're gonna, like, destroy your record, and that's gonna feel very bad. So I hope you're willing to put up with that. I actually don't have a way to revive someone from sleep. That's crazy. I think it's gotta get hit, but you know. You want a waking up Poco stream? Yeah, okay. Likely. Unlikely. Have fun waking up at 2 p.m. just to watch my stream, where I wake up at 2 p.m. Well, that's a lot of the goalies. Oh, are you? Nice. I don't think I have stone. Is stone white magic? It might be. Oh no, it's green magic or whatever the fuck. I did play on active for a while when I was on my Switch. It's funny. It always works until you need to like emergency heal, then it really fucking sucks to do. Yeah, we got Revenant Wings. I mean, if you count everything in Evil East, there's more Evil East games than any other Final Fantasy series game, so... Why do they even put traps there? Like, just for no reason. To be fair, this game was already literally not given the story it was supposed to, and that's kind of sad, in my opinion. Oh, hey, balance. That's neat. I forgot how much fun hitting weak spots was. Even if, you know, everything is sped up to be crackhead mode, but I'll go to that place some other time. Actually, there's a save zone in the next area I'd like to save. Oh, right. There's something I gotta do. I forgot. I don't think I get a save here. Fuck. No, I don't think I get a save. Oh, yeah. Okay. I think I just have to fight this thing. I might have made a mistake, which is why I'm glad I put it in a separate slot. The Tomb of Wraithwall. I know you can beat it without doing the side quest. At least I remember you can. Unless I'm crazy. I think I might be crazy, but I'm not sure. You might be able to beat this bird without the, I fucking forget what Garuda's weakness is. Oh, he just gets his ass kicked. Okay. Never mind. I forgot. He doesn't actually need a weakness. He just dies. I love the music for it, though. It's really good. Damn, he's really focusing on Canelo. Oh, he's enraged, that's why. I forgot. I thought it was actually going to be an issue, but it turns out this dude's just a fucking pushover. I mean... Jesus Christ. Hold on. I remember there being a way to make this boss easier, but really, he just got fucked. There was something about a weird flower you have to take to the Yuratan Yensa, and they, like, you, like, use it on him, and it cuts, like, his health in half or something. I don't remember, but it's fucking dead, so... Yeah, the Eskeer berries, the Exeer berries, whatever, he fucking got owned, I don't care. I've done it once or twice. Now here's the ultimate question. Do I want to do Tomb of Wraithwall, or do I want to start doing creepypastas now?
Long ago, the gods granted their favor to King Wraithwall, who would oversee the subjugation of a vast territory spanning from Mordalia to Valendia. Here he forged the Galtean Alliance. Though he is called the Dynast King, upon establishing the alliance, he demonstrated compassion for his people and disdain for needless war. A philosophy passed on to his successors, one that would bring peace and prosperity for hundreds of years to follow.
Until the Empire.
It was during this time of peace that the city-states of Arcadia and Rosaria, each members of Wraithwall's alliance, took root and flourished. Wraithwall left 3 relics signifying descent from the Dynast King. Of these, the Midlight Shard was given to what would become House Nabradia, and the Dusk Shard to my ancestors, the founders of Dalmasca.
Well, the Empire didn't
The last
strike
of
back.
these
I mean, it
relics
just struck
was
first.
the Dawn Shard. It remained hidden here, known only to those of royal blood.
As though the Dynast King foresaw the very plight before us now.
None save descendants of the king are suffered within. If we attempt to enter without proof of such lineage...
There's no guarantee we'll make it out alive. Vicious beasts, fiendish traps, something like that.
Mm-hmm. But you must consider the prize. The Dawn Shard lies within, and Wraithwall's treasure.
And there was I, thinking this was going to be hard.
You might hate Vaughn, but he does a lot of fucking damage. And damage is generally good, unless you're against the flying enemy, in which case he's fucking worthless. I like the idea that he just has the most health out of everyone in the party. And he does, by the way. He's the only one breaking 2K. That's really funny. I mean, I don't need a rear guard, Zeke. My tail's my rear guard. You fool. Oh my god. How come everyone thought of Tanky Twink at the same time? Oh, no! I'm gonna class him into, Foe Breaker. Oh. Oh. hold on a second. Why would it choose to forcibly update on Wednesday morning at fucking God knows what time? Yes, I'm aware you can still hear me. I just panicked. I forgot that it's not really linked to my phone at all. It's not, you know, it's not connected to that. Look. I'm gonna keep playing when the update goes through. I'm gonna go back on, I guess, I'm not gonna take off Poco. I'm not gonna, you know, you just don't get to see my face move for a little bit. Shut up, Patched. Bitch. Wow. That is a lot of LP. I don't know why she has so much LP. What did I do? Did I do something weird? Why does she have so much LP? Fran is more than 50 years old, if I recall. Vieira lived like hundreds of years. They're old. I need this chunk of shit right here. Yeah, they fuck. I don't know what the problem is, bro. Are you saying Fran can't fuck, bro? What's wrong? That's a really bad idea. You're not supposed to ask a woman her age, and Fran just doesn't want you to, like, ask, you know? It's weird, but hey, whatever. You're asking how old I am? I'm in my 20s, and that's not important. Don't fucking quote Final Fantasy XII at Patch. He doesn't even recognize the scene. Alright, Demon Wall time. I don't think you can beat him the first time. I think you're supposed to run.
Fight or run? We better decide fast.
Yeah, no, the first time you fight him, the wall gets longer the second fight, but I'm gonna run the first time. Are you asking if I would fuck the demon wall? This fight is much more doable.
The wall comes. We must be quick. Together we can bring it down.
I would consider fucking the demon wall. Penelo's a little cheaped. She's a little cheaped. Is attacking still? Someone still wake them up from sleep? Hold on. Wake the fuck up! There we go. You think it's impossible to lose? I'll show you, asshole. Why do I have Balthier in the party? He does no DPS. Oh, because Vaughn's asleep. I should probably just go attack Vaughn. Oh shit! I forgot he can do that! Oh shit, who's getting put in the void? Oh, Ash got put in the void! Completely forgot being put in the void is a fucking status ailment. Ah, yes, sent to the fuck zone. Look how much damage is getting dealt now that Vaughn's here. It's really fucked. She didn't get Vord? Why would Teliga eat the enemy? Do you not know what... That's retarded, Z. Fuck you. Vaughn kinda did do it. He did kinda do it. Bum, 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 bum. Fucked up that Vaughn's the powerhouse of the cell, huh? Let me see if my phone's done updating. It is done updating. Ash is still in the Project X zone. That's like a status. You can't raise her. Look. X zone. The character has vanished without a trace. The effect cannot be reversed. Alright, let me save. You just gotta go to a save spot. You have to, like, fully recover your party. Otherwise, you know, she's gonna... I don't know. I feel like I couldn't have beaten that wall right there. I feel like he's a little tough. See, look, Ash is back from the cum zone. Ash has returned from the cum zone. See, she's back. Alright, I'm gonna prepare some creepypastas, but first, I'm gonna go eat some lo mein. It's very important. I do like lo mein. I'll be back in just 1 second. I should. I could probably develop a sleeping Poco animation. I mean, I have to get my guy. My rigger. I love what Skeb just sends me Japanese emails, and then at the end he just goes, "Thanks, Skeb," and I'm like, I can't read any of this. Or, like, I can read, like, 5% of this, and I know you want to ask me about getting art. I don't know what the fuck they even want from me. It's, like, all Japanese, and then it goes, "Best regards, Skeb," and I'm like, okay. And we're back. Ahaha. Alright. No more Final Fantasy. So here's what we're gonna do. I'm going to resize myself as Pocos are known to do. Right in the center of the screen. Is that too big? I feel like that's too big. I feel like I'm a little too big. I think that's a good size. You will look at me, you bitch. Hold on. I'll Google scary house. I feel like, aren't the Poco rooms generally scary enough? Hold on a sec, I'm getting important Twitter DMs about porn. Alright. Yeah, I had to yell at red cats. Let's see. Oh, Red Cats forgot to put Sasha's freckles on, so hold on a second. Can I do this? Is this a I gotta get Lay Scary House. You know, Salem, Massachusetts isn't all that scary. But you know what is? Random pictures of houses that are in black and white. Those are scary. I'm gonna put on some creepy ambience too. Don't worry, I got it. It's all good. This is gonna be good. Don't worry. Also, yes, the Poco piss is real. It's not your problem. It's not related to you. You should not be paying it any mind. Don't look at it. You won't believe how scary these room proportions are. I mean, I would believe how scary they are. Oh man, where'd that go? Pax, that's a little horny. I don't know if I like that. Should be careful, buddy. Sound a little painfully horny. That's someone's fetish and it ain't mine. Very small Poco is someone's fetish. Alright, hold on. I got this, hold on. So there's this house, right? Can I rotate things on OBS? I cannot. I cannot rotate things on OBS. Sorry. Can I? I can rotate it 90 degrees. You can't free rotate it. That's a shame. Whatever. There. It's scary now, huh? Look at that. Big scary mansion on the screen. Woo! Woo, look at that. It's creepy. Oh, good night, Bait. You guys telling me that's not the creepiest thing ever? Yeah, but the wreath is creepy. It's a creepy wreath. No, shut up. There's someone in my Twitter mentions telling me that weebs don't get laid. If only they knew how bad I was. If they thought weeb was the worst of my problems. So what I was thinking I was gonna do. Here's what I was thinking I was gonna do. God, I wish Mitch McConnell would pass away from heart failure. That'd be kind of raw. Alright. So, let me get some spooky tunes going. I don't know. I'm not going to put on anything too spooky. Probably just like campfire sounds. I don't know. You know, those are scary, right? People like listening to campfire sounds. 3 hours of campfire sounds. Free. You know they could fucking DMCA you for like specific campfire sounds? There we go. Okay, hold on. I got this. I think there's like a cheap campfire gif I can find, and then I'll put it in front of the shitty house. Okay, no, that's fine. Oh shit! Dude, that's like a 4K campfire gif. I'm having fun searching for campfire gifs. You might think this is a joke. Alright. Don't worry, gamers. Poco's got this one. There, a very long image of campfire. It's long. Don't know why it's so long, but not wide. Look at that. I'm not on that island. I'm over here. See? I mean, I could be. Look, I can, like, shrink myself down. There are, like, very specific commands for moving myself. I don't actually know how to do it. Hold on a second. Ah! There we go. Ah, no, the facade's being broken. This is really fucking stupid. I have no clue how to control myself. Now you know the secret, I have no legs. I actually do have legs. If I zoom out more on the app, you guys get to see my tail, and it wags a little. See? You can see it. But, I do not deem it necessary. It also makes me a little uncomfortable. My tail is very sensitive, and I don't like people staring at it, so... No tail for you. Sorry. Are you comparing me to Tails from Sonic? Is that what you're doing? You comparing me to Tails from Sonic? Alright, let's get started with the stories. I guess since everyone wants me to read Mr. Mix, I don't know why you want me to read Mr. Mix, but... I guess I can always do that. I will link the story in the chat so you can read along if you wish. It's very it's not really important, but so this story is genuinely bad. It's actually terrible. I, Amari Poco, do not endorse the story Mr. Mix at all. Okay. With that being said, let me just keep forgetting how long my mic is. Okay. How well can you guys hear me? We good? Are we good on the whole reading thing? Okay, cool. My pop filter's not installed because I don't have a place to mount it. So you're going to hear a lot of p and a lot of f and a lot of tss. You're going to be like, oh, that sounds awful. And I'm like, yeah, suck my dick. Not that I have a dick, you know. Does anyone remember an old PC game from the early 1990s called Mr. Mix? It's mainly a typing game, similar to Mario Teaches Typing, where you have to type words into a box to make the chef, the titular Mr. Mix, put ingredients into a bowl. Unlike most typing games, however, this game is notorious for having an insane difficulty curve. The game has a words per minute requirement for each level, being as low as 10 on level 1 and as high as 85 on level 3. By level 5, the requirement reaches well over 500 words per minute, effectively making it impossible to proceed any further. Holy shit, if you could do 500 words per minute, you could be like an expert typist. You could be like a novelist in like a week. I mean, it all depends on how fast your ideas come out. But never mind, sorry, I'm getting distracted. One of the main things that people noticed about this game immediately was the background music. The music on the first level was an unsettling pattern of growls that got progressively louder as the level went on, often causing damage to early computer speakers. Hold on, I'm going to change the thing to, is it just chatting? Is that it? Sorry, I don't want to get banned. Apparently they can ban you for doing shit in the wrong... Anyways. The second level had no music at all, and the third had what sounded like an extremely low-quality recording of a hairdryer playing in the background. The remaining two levels had an extremely loud, high-pitched ringing throughout the level that caused severe eardrum damage to those who managed to get that far. Another rather disturbing aspect of the game was the design of Mr. Mix himself. He was a large, round-faced, overweight man with large beady eyes and red spots on his cheeks. Sorry, I gotta yell at Red Cats for not using the right hashtags. I'm heated, bro. Okay, I'm gonna get him tilted if I do this. Hold on 1 second. I'm sorry. Anyways. Sorry, I'm getting distracted again. Virtual, you don't have to actually get scared. I know it's not a good story. I said it was a shitty creepypasta. You're good, dude. Don't worry. Most children who played the game reported having vivid nightmares of Mr. Mix speaking to them in a quiet, raspy voice and threatening them to keep quiet about something. However, none of them could ever remember exactly what that was. One psychologist who saw many of these children reported being disturbed by the sheer amount of terror on the child's face as they recounted the details of the nightmare. Many of the children broke down into tears in the process, begging for their parents to save them. However, no direct relationship to the game itself could be determined by these few cases, as not all children suffered the same adverse effects. For obvious reasons, this game did not sell very well. It remained in relative obscurity until a few years ago, when PC hackers got a hold of a ROM of the game and started digging through it. Yeah, don't worry, if you're scared you can hug my tail. I guess. Normally I wouldn't let people do that, but since it's you guys. Anyways. Using memory hacking software, they managed to crack the game's code and bypass the impossible 5th level. What they found, however, was extremely disturbing and caused many of them to quit the expedition altogether. According to the reports these hackers left behind, the game behaves very strangely if the 5th level is bypassed. The game crashes violently and closes, writing a bunch of files to the user's System32 directory, to the point the RAM is almost completely filled. These files are reportedly pictures of people with horribly deformed faces, appearing to scream in pain and agony, with the outer layer with their eyes appearing to be bleeding from their tear ducts, and their outer layer of skin torn clean off in multiple places. If the user attempts to delete these files, the computer will violently crash and blue screen, causing permanent, irreparable damage to the user's hard drive. The hackers found this was caused by a lone byte in the game's ROM that triggered when the 5th level was completed. After removing this byte, they were able to proceed to the 6th and final level. Unfortunately, all of the original hackers declined to discuss what they saw on the final level. All of them became extremely paranoid and reclusive, refusing to talk about anything related to the game and showing astonishingly extreme symptoms of post-traumatic stress disorder. Most of them ceased to be able to form coherent sentences within a week, and within a month, all of them went missing. All remaining copies of the game were destroyed. To this day, no one knows what was in the game that caused them so much psychological damage. Maybe it's better that way. 2 years after this incident, a man was arrested after trying to kidnap an 8-year-old girl from a grocery store. Through DNA and fingerprint analysis, the man was identified as one of the original hackers who viewed the final level of the game. He was wearing a white chef's hat and had a look of unspeakable malice and insanity on his face. When interrogated, the man would only say one thing: "I'm Mr. Mix." Shh. This story sucks so fucking hard. It's okay. It's a classic. And now that everyone that hasn't heard Mr. Mix has heard it, I believe, I think. I want to believe. But yeah. That story is generally not good. But it is a masterpiece. It's bad, but it's a masterpiece. Now, if you excuse me, I have to retweet porn real fast. As Bun would say, I have a problem. I don't think you should listen to Bun, though. Alright. Anyways, back to the stories. Patched, if it scares you so much, maybe you should log off, bro. The stories are only gonna get more scarier, bro. The stories will only become more nightmarish. Also, am I like... You're supposed to get the money from Twitch at the end of the month, right? But I didn't get anything from last month. I know Silver subscribed to the channel, and a bunch of people donated bits, but I didn't get anything for it. Do I have to reach like a minimum amount of money before I can cash out or some shit? That makes sense. Before we do that, I'm going to read an actual good story that I like. Hold on. Oh, yeah, there's this one. So this one is a series of stories by a certain trip fag on X that I used to know. I don't talk to them anymore. You don't really generally talk to trip fags. They're kind of assholes. But his story was pretty good. Oh my god, we're not doing the lost episode of The Fresh Prince again. Please, that one, you guys have made me read that like twice, and it's genuinely, like, Mr. Mix is bad, but Fresh Prince lost episode is like genuinely bad, and it sucks ass, and I hate it. Anyways, so we're gonna read Macho Man Randy Savage. That was his trip code, by the way. But it wasn't his trip code. He went by a username too. But his trip code's a series of numbers and letters that I'm not going to read out loud because, you know, it's a trip code. Let's see. No, it's what the hell? It's what the hell do you know, you bitch? Or is it, no? I don't remember what it is actually. I kind of do like campfire sounds. I unironically think that the sound of a crackling campfire is really nice. I'm just going to vibe with it. Oh yeah, it's what do you know, motherfucker. Thank you, Paxed. Thank you for remembering the line from Fresh Prince Lost episode. Anyways, let me get a sip before we begin. All of these stories take place in the same general area. The first incident I can clearly remember happened when I was 4 or 5. After speaking to others in the area, I learned that the events I experienced were far from the only things to have ever happened in that area. But I digress. It was a typical summer night and I was settling down to watch Snick. My dad was doing some work outside and my mom was in the kitchen cleaning up from dinner we'd all just finished eating, when my dad came in pale as a sheet. My mom asked him what was wrong, and he replied, "I heard something outside. Go get my gun." My mother, of course, complied. With the gun securely in hand, my dad went back outside, and my mother, brother, and I watched him from the doorway. Then we heard it too. It sounded like a woman screaming or something. I know that a lot of animals sound that way, but I've lived in the country my whole life and never heard that sound before. The closest I've come in some videos of big cats, but that raises the question of what a big cat would be doing in the middle of Indiana. My dad paused for a second when he heard it again, but not wanting to look like a pussy in front of his wife and kids, he proceeded to the section of the field next to our house where the sound seemed to be originating from, his pistol held at the ready. Now, it's important to note that when this happened, there was no house in the field next to ours. It was pure country darkness at the time. My dad vanished into the gloom where the sound seemed to be originating from, and for a few breathless seconds we heard nothing. Then my dad screamed, "Oh, fuck," and we heard the sound of gunfire. At this point, my mom shoved my brother and I into the house and closed the door on us. I heard my dad yell, "Are the kids in the house?" The panic in his voice was evident. Once my mom assured him that we were safe, that they both came back inside, drew the blinds, locked the doors, and refused to speak about it. Later that night, I was eavesdropping on my parents through the vent in my room and heard my dad say, "I don't know what that was, but I never want to see it again. If the kids ask, tell them it was just someone playing a trick on us." I never asked when I was younger, but once I was older, I asked about it on a few occasions. He always refuses to talk about it. After that night, he began drinking heavily. He's thankfully given it up now. Some strange things happened after that, though nothing as major as that noise. In retrospect, they all seem to be building up into some sort of crescendo. If his dad fucked a Wendigo, I would clap for him, but no, he ran away scared. He obviously didn't fuck the Wendigo. The Wendigo probably tried to eat him, if at all. My mother walked into the kitchen one night and saw an Indian, feather, lady standing at our back window, crying. She was all alone in the house with us at the time. I did some asking around, and apparently the land we lived on was used as a trading ground of some sort before the settlers came. I don't know any more than that, or even if it's true. One winter, my mother saw someone looking at her through our bathroom window. It's important to note that our bathroom window was a good 9 feet off the ground. She got my dad to look outside. Despite the heavy snowfall, there were no footprints leading away from or to the house. But there were a set of footprints in a circle right outside the bathroom window, again, with no footprints leading to or away from them. During this time, my dad's drinking was increasing exponentially. This seemed to be common in those who had experienced things in the woods, as it had happened to a friend's father as well. We would often hear heavy metal coming from inside the walls. This happened up until we moved out 15 years later. No one who lived near us listened to heavy metal. My brother, 2 years my junior, began talking about how he would see our dead great-grandfather in our house all the time. I wouldn't give any credence to this due to his age, but except for the fact that he had apparently described the suit our great-grandfather was buried in great detail. He wasn't at the wake or the funeral. My father's drinking culminated in abuse to my mother, and they got divorced when I was 10 or 11. That's the last you'll hear of my family problems, though I do feel what I've shared is relevant to the story. My father was the nicest guy in the world before that night. I have to wonder what it was he saw that brought him to that point. After the divorce, my mother brought my brother a dog. It was the sweetest dog in the world. We kept him chained up outside. Every now and then he would break loose. He would never be gone for more than an hour or two, though. One day, he broke free and never came back. My brother was, understandably, heartbroken. My mother promised him a new dog if that one didn't come back within a week. A week to the day, we found out what happened to the dog. Well, sort of. My brother's screams woke me up that morning. My mother and I walked outside to see what was wrong. Well, it was pretty obvious what was wrong. The skin from the top of the dog's head was lying on our back porch. Just the skin, just from the top of its head. It looked as if someone had ripped it off. The cut wasn't clean at all. We never did find the body. We buried the skin in the backyard, though. Once I entered middle school, I made a friend in the grade above me. He lived about a half-mile down the road. So that was very convenient for me. One night, I was over at his house and he began telling me stories that his brother had told him. Stories about a beast with red eyes that lived in the woods and would get you if you weren't careful. He told me he'd seen it a few times, once watching him from the top of a mulberry tree that grew across the road from his house. Once while walking back from another friend of his house, watching him from the tree line on the cornfield. Hold on, just gotta fix my camera a little. Oh, did you? Sorry, I know this is a repeat performance if you heard it on the campfire then. Anyways. The fourth time he saw it, he said, was right outside of a screen door at his grandfather's house. He said it was crouched down on all fours like some kind of animal. The other times had been too far away for him to make out its shape. Apparently it was humanoid, but comprised entirely of darkness and shadow, except for the burning red eyes. I, of course, didn't believe him, but I still looked over my shoulder the entire way home. When I got home, I was greeted by my brother sobbing. I told him to calm down and tell me what had happened. Sorry, all I'm reading makes me yawn. I'd never be an ebook reader. There's like a thing. I get like a thing. I get really yawny when I read for prolonged periods. Not that there's anything wrong with the story. It's just something to do with my breathing. Let's see. Anyways. He told me he and a friend of his were walking back from another friend's house. It should be noted that this is the same house my friend claimed to see the beast on top of the garage. My brother said they'd gone down the trail we often took through the woods on a daily basis to go home, but it sounded like someone was following them and keeping pace. He turned around and saw two glowing red eyes set close to the ground. Then they rose up to a height of over 9 feet and started coming towards them, slowly. My brother ran all the way home, presumably being chased. It should be noted that he ran all that way in the dark. My experience with the beast was to come later. After hearing about my brother's experience, I had my friend tell me everything he knew about the thing in the woods. He told me the story of his father, who had also seen it. I believe it drove his father crazy, and I also believe that my own father saw it as well, given the parallels between the two stories. The only difference is that my father and mother divorced and my father moved away. His father ended up getting shot by his mother due to the abuse his drinking brought about. Being young, 15 to 16, and fearless at the time, I thought it would be a good idea to fuck with the thing naturally, whatever it was, to see what it was made of. This proved to be a mistake. I went into the woods with a dagger, which I thought would protect me. I don't know what I was thinking. I sat in a clearing until it was dark, when I started to taunt the thing. You know, general stuff a teenager would say, like, "You're a fucking pussy and I don't believe in you." And, "Looks like everyone is afraid of nothing because the only ghost here is a gigantic fag." I know, I was cool. You guys don't have to tell me. The only problem for me was that what I was doing worked. The woods went quiet. Quieter than I had ever heard them. Then, in the distance, I heard the snap, snap, snap of something heavy taking slow, methodical steps towards me, breaking branches under its feet. Snap, snap, snap. I was still feeling brave. I stood my ground. When the sound got to about 30 feet away from me, I heard a tree crash into the ground, followed by the same snap, snap, snap. I started to get nervous at this point. If it could push a tree over, it could seriously fuck me up. The walking started to get faster. Snap, 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 snap. A sense of dread came over me at that point, which I experienced later within my face-to-face encounter. I pissed myself, dropped the knife, and ran home. Did I mention I was home alone that night? I got inside, slammed the door behind me, locked it, deadbolted it, got a clean change of clothes, and hopped in the shower. While I was showering, the noises started. It was like something with large claws scratching the side of the house. Sometimes it would hit the house hard enough to shake pictures off the walls. I put my headphones on and huddled in my room until my mom got home, which is when the noises stopped. I didn't tell her anything. The next morning, I looked outside, and there were no scratches on the side of the house, nor were there the dents you'd expect from something hitting it that hard. I walked out to the clearing I was in and found my knife lying on top of a tree stump, bent at a perfect 90-degree angle. I took it, but it has since been lost to me. I never went into the woods at night again. Things were as calm as they ever were after that, though the heavy metal coming from our walls was as loud as it's ever been. By this point, I had actually begun listening to metal, so it didn't actually bother me as much as it did the rest of the family. But I digress. I want to get to the meat of this section right away. We were at my grandfather's house the Christmas Eve after my experience in the woods. We left and were driving through a wooded section when my mom caught something in the headlights. Time seemed to slow down when I saw it. It was walking across the road from one wooded area to the next. The whole encounter couldn't have lasted more than 15 seconds, but it seemed more like 15 minutes. It stood around 9 feet tall. Its body was humanoid in shape, but it was made up entirely of darkness. Tendrils of darkness drifted off its body when the headlights struck it. I'm unsure if that was caused by the headlights or if it was simply some strange aspect of the beast. Its arms noticeably moved, though in a manner that is hard for me to demonstrate adequately. Its entire range of motion seemed alien and unnatural to me. I was filled with dread. It turned and looked at me, its two glowing eyes, coals floating in the physical darkness that was its body. The head turned, but not in the way yours or mine would. It was more as if the eyes shifted. It's very hard to describe. I made eye contact with it for what seemed like an eternity. Then it looked forward and walked back into the woods on the other side of the road. Time sped up and a sense of dread left me. We all looked at each other with a, "Did you just see that?" look on our faces. We didn't speak a word about it until we got home. These days, whenever I bring it up to my mom, she says it was a raccoon. Or a tanuki. But the look in her eyes lets me know she remembers. That's all I want. To know I'm not crazy. I haven't seen it since. We moved a year after that. I went to college, but kept in touch with my friend who lived in the area. He became obsessed with the thing in the woods during that period. He would often go out into the woods at night with nothing but a tape recorder and some candles. I don't know if he ever picked anything up on the tape recorder, and to be honest, I wouldn't want to hear it if he did. The last words he said to me were, "I went out into the woods and promised it my soul if it would give me the girl I loved. He got her, but she destroyed him. He's now a broken down junkie who lives day by day eating from trash cans and stealing from for a hit of whatever drugs he can get his hands on. He was one of the smartest people I knew." I've since moved back to an area that's a 10-minute drive away from where these events took place. I'm interested in going back sometime, but not without backup. The end. Oh, no, no, fuck off. I'm not a junkie. You don't know anything about my trash can eating habits. Fuck you. I will not accept this slander. Alright, let's see. One more time. Hold on, I gotta promote my stream one more time. By the way, fun fact, I did not know so many people hated fucking, Caillou until I realized that it was going off the air, and every one of the replies is like, "Yeah, fuck Caillou, get this asshole out of here," and I'm like, oh, did not know people hated him. Let's see. Okay, back to the story. I just didn't know people hated Caillou so much. I have no idea what he did to deserve that kind of hatred, but, so have you guys ever read, I think it was a Morrowind creepypasta called JVK? I personally really like it, but I also haven't read it since 2010, so if you'd like, we can experience it together, because I've completely forgotten how it goes. Now, in exchange for this, I'd like you to give me 5 minutes, because I have to go to the little Poco's room. And no, I don't piss in bottles. Leave me alone. Stop bullying me. Okay, be right back. Are you guys done slandering me? I hope so. I'm back. I don't respect all the disrespect I've been receiving. Anyways. You know, I'm starting to realize why people complain about, like, blue light damage to your, fucking, to your eyes? Yeah, those things. You know, your optical balls. Little spheres you use to view. The reading globes. Sorry, I got distracted by anime titties on my timeline. Very important to me. Anyways. Oh, that's someone's Final Fantasy OC. That's how I know I'm not gonna like it. Not retweeting that. Fuck you, die. Anyways. No, you can't ban Mr. Mix. And Mr. Mix is a treasure to this chat. I will not allow you to hinder Mr. Mix's spread through this world. Mr. Mix deserves a lot more than you think he does. He's a good guy. Great guy. Anyways, this one's called JVK1166Z.ESP. If I recall, .ESP is the Morrowind and Oblivion extension for mods. I don't fucking know. I am going to take off my sweater because I only wear my sweater to go to the bathroom because the bathroom's very cold. Yes, I have a bathroom sweater. Be nice to me. Do not bully me. It's very natural for someone to have a bathroom sweater. Yes, I have a bathroom sweater. Is there a problem? Anyways, some people might recall some momentary buzz caused a couple of years ago by a particularly odd Morrowind mod. The file name was jvk1166z.esp. It was never posted on any of the larger Elder Scrolls communities, usually just smaller boards and role-playing groups. I know in a few cases, rather than being posted, it was sent via PM or email to a chosen few. What do you mean, what's a bathroom sweater? It's a sweater I wear when I go to the bathroom. Yeah, the bathroom's cold, and the heater in the bathroom doesn't work, so I have to wear a sweater to the bathroom. It's a bathroom sweater. But my room is heated, so I don't have to wear the sweater. Realistically, I should wear socks in the bathroom, too. The floor is very cold, and my toes get all... Look, it's very cold in there, okay? Also, you guys know how you get targeted ads sometimes? I'm on the creepypasta wiki, I think that's where I am. I don't usually look at my creepypastas here, but look, I wanna show you guys what I saw. No, even ad block, this kind of got through. Not sure why. Mr. Mix. I was looking at my Discord DMs for the first time in like forever. Anyways, here, I'll show you guys now. Everyone in the Discord has already seen it, but here, look. That's on the top right corner of the creepypasta, like right next to the story. Oh, by the way, here's a story if you'd like to follow along. The file was named JVK1166D.ESP. It was never posted on any of the larger Elder Scrolls communities, usually just smaller boards and role-playing groups. I know in a few cases, rather than being posted, it was sent via PM or email to a chosen few. It was up only for a few days, to the best of my knowledge. It caused a buzz because it was a virus, or seemed to be. If you tried to load the game with the mod active, it would hang at the initial load screen for a full hour, then crash to the desktop. If you let it get that far, your install of Morrowind, along with any save files you had, would become completely corrupted. Nobody could figure out what the mod was trying to do, since it couldn't be opened in the construction set. Eventually, warnings were distributed not to use it if you found it, and things died down. I'd like you to know that I was reading that entire paragraph while applying chapstick, which only lends credence to my expertise. Yeah, Zeke, mods being horribly broken, that is normal. About a year later, on a mod board I used to frequent, someone popped up with the mod again. He said he was PM'd by a lurker who deleted his account immediately after sending. He also said that the person advised him to try playing the mod through DOSBox. For some reason this worked. Sort of. The game was a bit laggy, and you couldn't get into options, load game, the console, or really anything else other than the game itself. I mean, if there was a Bethesda game with ads, never mind, let's not even... I'm sure there's like a Todd bot listening somewhere, and he's going to go report back to ZeniMax and be like, put ads in the games, and then, next thing he's going to know, he's going to be like, yeah, this is needed for progression. There are no... Oh, yeah, Elder Scrolls Blades is a free-to-play MOBA game, right? Anyways, he was PM'd by a lurker who deleted his account immediately after sending. He also said that the person advised him to try playing the mod through DOSBox. For some reason, this worked. Sort of. The game was a bit laggy, and you couldn't get into options, load game, the console, or really anything else other than the game itself. The quick save and quick load options worked, and that was it. And the quick save files seemed to be just part of the game file, so you couldn't get at it anymore. Some speculated that the changed game used an older graphics renderer, making DOSBox necessary, but it didn't look any different. This part I can speak about from personal experience. When you start a new game in JVK, as the board came to call it, once you left the starting bit in the census office and came into the game proper, the first thing you notice is that the Prophecy Has Been Severed box pops up. This is because every single NPC having to do with the main quest is dead, with the sole exception of Yagrum they misspelled Begram, whatever, the last of the Dwemer. Their corpses never despawn, so you can go check on all of them. In effect, you begin in a world that is doomed to start with. It's Yagrum Begram, right? Am I stupid? I think it's Yagrum Begram. At least from what I remember. Let's see. The second thing you notice is that you're losing health. It's only a bit, but it keeps happening, a little bit at a time. Yeah, the reason I ask if it's Yagrum Begram, because I remember hearing that, but because this thing has a typo. Uh-oh. Oh my god. My phone restarted again. I don't know why it keeps doing this. My battery power is full. Didn't even give me a battery warning. I'm at like 98%. I'm sorry, guys. Give me 1 second. Yeah, it booted up instantly. And... how troublesome can you get? Anyways. Let me just restart the face rig and we can begin. Sorry about that. What a nuisance. Okay. And we are back. Uh-oh. Well, that's not good. Seems my camera's just acting up in general. Hold on a second. I'm not used to having technical difficulties. Normally I managed to fix this before time, but one second. I'll do my best to fix the issue. I guess relying on your phone as a camera isn't really the best bet, huh? But I don't really have another choice, so I can't really afford a webcam. I think the next thing I'm gonna buy with money is probably ring fit, because I'm working up a little bit of Poco pudge, if you will, and it's bothering me. I don't like it. Anyways, this should be. I think this should do the trick. Bait, I'm already, bait, if I knew a guy named Kenji, maybe I'd tell him to buy you stuff, but I don't know anyone like that. Sorry. Anyways, let's see if this works this time. Everything seems to be operational. Poco's face is now operating optimally. I really wish. Okay, so I think it might be me. I don't know, but my face rig model. I don't wink well. I can't wink very well. See, I can't wink very well. Not a fan. Anyways, the corpses never despawn, so you can go check on all of them. In effect, you begin in a world that is doomed to start with. I don't know if it's necessarily a camera issue. Might be a lighting issue, but my lighting's pretty optimal, so it might actually just be the camera. In which case I probably just need a good webcam, which I still don't have. The second thing you'll notice is that you're losing health. It's only a bit, but it keeps happening, a little bit at a time. The longer you stay in one place, the quicker it seems to occur. If you let this health loss kill you, you'll find the cause. A figure we came to call the Assassin, because he seems to wear a retextured version of the Dark Brotherhood armor from Tribunal, even though the expansions don't work in JVK. It's all black, completely untextured, like he's just a hole in space. The way he moves, he gave me quite a start. The first time I saw him scuttling around my dead body. He crawls inhumanly on his hands and feet, his arms and legs splayed out like a spider. You could usually only see him after death, crawling around and over your body just before the reload box popped up. Occasionally, you'd catch a glimpse of him darting around a corner or crawling on a wall or ceiling. It made the game very difficult to play at night. Good night, Bait. Other than that, the only noticeable difference was that at night, at random intervals, every NPC in the game will go outside for a few minutes. During this time, the only thing they will say when hailed is, "Watch the sky." Once they return to their normal behavior, they act like normal, though. After a while, a player on the board discovered a new NPC named Tierras, a male Dunmer in the temple at Ghostgate. Two things are notable about this NPC. First is his robe, a unique article of clothing that was lovingly rendered with twinkling stars all across it, looking like a torn-off chunk of the night sky. The second is that all of his dialogue, in addition to showing up in the dialogue box, is voiced. You may skip it if you wish, but it all sounds like it's in the default male Dunmer voice. Some people said that they thought the voice was slightly different, but it was a very, very good imitation. I won't go into the details, but the quest line he sends you on has to do with a dungeon referred to simply as the Citadel. Up until this point, the quests were all of a fairly generic "discover the secrets of the ancients" bend. The entrance to this dungeon is on a small island far to the west of Morrowind proper. I eventually discovered that if you used a scroll of a carrion flight at the westernmost point of the main landmass and jumped directly west, you'd end up almost exactly at the island. Even though the dungeon is called the Citadel, it goes straight down. It dwarfs any other dungeon, both in size and difficulty. Hey, listen, I have like 23 hours on my modded Skyrim. Don't be a liar, Zeke. Don't speak for me. How dare you? Anyways, it dwarfs any other dungeon, both in size and difficulty. From a natural cave, you'll proceed down into an ancestral tomb-looking area, then a Daedric ruin area, and then a Dwemer ruin area. I made it down to the Dwemer ruins before I quit. The creatures here were strong enough to let a level 20 character would have to take care, and since you can't use the console in JVK, level 20 took quite a while to get to. Since quick save and quick load are your only options, it's all too easy to get yourself into an impossible situation, too. I did, and just didn't have the energy to start over. Now, what I'm telling you is based on what those few who went further reported. Past the Dwemer ruins, you find yourself in a level like the Dwemer ruins, but darker. Rather than the usual bronze, all the surfaces, including those of the creatures, are black. The sounds of the machinery are loud here and grow louder still, randomly. There's also steam or fog everywhere, limiting your vision to about 10 in-game feet or so. If you can make it through this, you will reach a hall that those who found called the Portrait Room. Like the fire and torches or other effects from early games, this room has picture frames that always face directly at you, no matter how you look at them. The images in the frames were always randomly chosen images from your My Pictures folder. On the board, the ones who got here had some fun posting screenshots of the portrait room with various pictures in the frame, usually porn, of course. At the end of the hall was a locked door. After admitting defeat and returning to Tierras, everyone just found him saying, "Watch the sky," in his gravelly voice. What's more, nobody else in the game would say anything. There was just a completely blank dialogue box with no options at all. Sorry, I can't do the default male Dunmer voice, even though that's what that was. Many apologies. There was just a completely blank dialogue box with no options at all. They wouldn't even rattle off the usual canned audible greetings. The only exception was at night. Whenever they'd go out for a few minutes, they'd still repeat it. Watch the sky. At this point, one of the players and a friend of mine from the board noticed, and a few others who got this far agreed, that the night sky was no longer the usual night sky of Tamriel. It had changed to a depiction of a real night sky, and it moved. From this point on, everything is based on what this one person reported. Eventually, he got himself kicked from the board, but I kept in contact with him for as long as he responded. According to him, based on the constellations and planets, the sky started around February 2005. If you died, loaded, or went back into the Citadel, it would start over. When the usual day sky graphics took over, the movement would be suspended until the stars appeared again. In the space of a single night, everything would move about 2 months' worth. Since the time scale of JVK was more or less that of a standard game, that meant that a bit less than an hour was equal to a 24-hour period. He became convinced that the door would open based on some kind of celestial event. Of course, waiting for that meant leaving the game running. Of course, that meant the game couldn't be left unattended thanks to our old friend, the assassin. My friend decided he'd hang out for a whole day just to see if anything happened. That would be about a year's worth of movement. Here's the post he made at the end of this experiment. I loaded in Satanine where it all starts. It wasn't too bad. Just to check in now and then, to move around and heal and make sure I wasn't dying. But check it out. 24 hours exactly in, and the assassin learned a new trick. He screams. Oh, hey guys, do you mind if I try something experimental real fast? I want to see if I can add voice filters from OBS. I know it's probably hard to do, and I'd have to get some additional audio software, but give me 1 second. Compressor. Alright, what if I want to make the audio sound like it's someone reading it from a bad microphone from fucking 10 years ago? Would that be compressor? Probably not. I wanted to make it sound like a guy from a bad microphone was reading the Satanine log, but it's okay. We'll just go back with the log. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt the story for it. Anyways. I loaded in Satanine, where it all starts. It wasn't too bad, just had to check in now. Oh, I can do that. That might work. Hold on. Just had to check in now and then to move around and heal to make sure I wasn't dying. But check it out. 24 hours exactly in, and the assassin learned a new trick. He screams. I was reading, and all of a sudden, this crazy loud shriek just about makes me crap myself. It's like something out of a horror movie. I look up, and there he is, just crouched down right in front of me. Of course, the second I moved my my character, he ran off. When I went back to the portrait room, the door was still locked. Damn it, damn it, damn it. A bit later, he came to the decision that he needed to wait 3 days, or 3 years. The PM advising us to try DOSBox showed up in the February of 2008 was his reasoning, anyway. After the first shriek, the assassin stops hitting you out of nowhere. Now he'll shriek, and if you don't move for a few seconds after that, he hits you. I think whoever made the mod was trying to help. At night, I've got my headphones on, and I was just kinda dozing off. When he wakes me up with a shriek, I jiggle the mouse and I'm good. That post was from 2 days in, from his laptop, once it was over. Well, once it was over, fuck. So fucking done. So I wait the 3 days, right? And right after the fucking assassin made me jiggle the mouse, he shrieks again. So I look, and everyone in town is outside. They're all saying, watch the sky. I don't see anything, though. But then the game starts getting dark, like really dark. I turn up the brightness all the way on the monitor, and I can still barely see. I can see other people in the game, little figures running around in the distance, just running back and forth. If I try to get close, they run off. Now, I was trying to sleep, and so the lights are off, and this is really creepy to me. I don't want to get up to turn on the light because I don't want to miss anything, but nothing fucking happens. Eventually, I go back to the Citadel. It's still dark, and I gotta swim, and the whole time I can see all these guys swimming all around me, just barely there. I make it to the Citadel, and the lighting's normal inside, and I get worried. Sure enough, the portrait door is still fucking closed. I go outside, and it's all starting over. So that's it. I'm fucking going to bed, and I'm fucking done. The end. After that, 2 things happen. First, another one of the people who got to the portrait room claimed that the assassin was showing up in his regular Morrowind game. Quick explanation. If you reinstalled Morrowind to a different folder, you could have a normal Morrowind install along with JVK. He himself chalked this up to an overactive imagination at first, but he reported a couple of really big scares with a black figure crawling right at him, or seeing it waiting for him just around a corner before scuttling off. Another one of those who reached the portrait room started a regular Morrowind game, but never saw him for sure. It was just a couple of maybes, late at night, and always at a distance. The second is that my friend started getting really abusive and short-tempered on the board, though he stopped talking about JVK entirely. It got so bad that he was soon kicked off. I didn't hear anything from him for a couple of weeks after that. Sorry, guys. So I sent him an email. This was part of his reply. I know I shouldn't, but with classes out, I've got some time, so I started up JVK again. It's almost 2011, and I think I've got the sleep madness, but stuff is happening. It's still dark. Once it gets dark, it never gets any lighter. It stays like that. The people moved a few months ago. Everyone in Satanine just went to that little bandit cave and moved in. They killed the bandits inside, and now they're just standing around inside. They don't say anything anymore. They don't do anything when you click on them. I quick-saved and killed one, and he just stood there until he died without fighting back. And it's like that everywhere. You have to walk since the quick travel options, the Silk Striders are all in caves now. But all the cities and towns are just deserted. All the people are in caves and in tombs. Everyone in Vivek is down in the sewers. I'm going to Ghostgate next. I want to see if Tierras is still there. I'll tell you what he says when I get there. I replied and said I wanted to see what he said too, and waited a day. When I didn't get a reply, I mailed him again, and a couple of hours later he sent back, "Sorry, totally forgot." So it's 2014 now, and since it's always night, the stars are always moving. The whole screen is dark, but you can still see the brightest stars moving around. Tierras was gone. Everyone in Ghostgate was gone. I don't know where they went. They're not in any of the nearby caves, but there's new stuff. People still don't say anything, but their eyes are bleeding. It's so dark that even with a light spell you have to get right up against them to see. But there they are, little dark streaks coming down from their eyes. I think I gotta be getting close. I know this is stupid, but there's no way the payoff is gonna be worth it. But I just want to be able to say I stuck it out. I got that one during the day. Later that night, I got a follow-up email. Some of the planets aren't moving right. It's pissing me off. If this keeps up, I won't be able to keep track anymore. It's almost 2015 now, I think. Fuck. You know, I just now noticed that there aren't any monsters anymore either. I'm completely alone outside now. The main quest people's bodies are still lying around, though. I went to check on them. I don't need headphones anymore, so I just leave them off. When he shrieks, it's like he's screaming right into my ear. I think I even kind of anticipate it. He's running a lot more now, a lot closer. He's different from the other people who started showing up, remember? They keep running around just where I can barely see them. I have to admit, it's kind of creepy at night. Sometimes, when I go to the bathroom or whatever, I swear I can hear something coming out of the corner of my eye. I'm keeping all the lights on now. I sent him a letter, jokingly telling him to get some real sleep, and left it at that. 2 mornings later, I found this in my email. It was the last thing I got from him. After this, he stopped responding completely. I just got up from a fucked up dream, I think. The assassin shrieked at me, and when I opened my eyes, he was right there, crouching over me. His arms and legs were longer, more like a spider's. I tried to push him away, but when I touched him, my hands just went inside and I couldn't get them loose again, like he was made of tar or something. Then I woke up, I thought, and he was gone. But when I looked at the monitor, I wasn't where I was. I was in the Corpusarium with Yagrum. For once, the light was okay, and I could see him all bloated on those mechanical spider legs. I sat down at the computer and he started talking to me. Not in a box, but really talking to me, in Tierras' voice. He said he knew things about me. He told me things that I never told anyone, some things that I totally forgot about. He told me that almost nobody had made it this far, and that the door would open up soon. I just had to hang on a little while longer. He said I'd know when it was time. He said I might be the first one to see what was inside. And then I woke up for real, but I was at the computer. I still wasn't where I was. I'm swimming out to the Citadel Island, and I can hear this tapping. It's at my window. It's over on the left, so I'm sending you this because I left my laptop by my bed, to the right. Just a little tap, 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 like he's knocking his finger against the glass. I might still be dreaming now. So, I guess that's the end of the story. I know there's a few other stories floating around about the mod, but this is the only I know is true as far as it goes. I deleted my JVK copy of the game pretty much right after I gave up, but I'd like to get the mod again if anyone still has a copy of the file. I'd like to see some of this for myself. The end. So JVK isn't that bad? It's not awful. I would read it again, maybe. Anyways, anyone got any suggestions for stories? I will move on to another one I suggest if you guys do not choose. It's your choice, human. But yeah. Wow, a lot of cow patchouli on the TL. I don't mind. I like it. I like patchouli in general because it's my wife. Anyways. Wait, you know of worse Morrowind mods? Would you not play a mod that, like, kept track of actual years and shit and, you know, maybe when a door opens, a monster comes out of the door and kills you, which is what I think is happening. This happened to my buddy Eric. Thank you very much, Nep. Man, I know this guy. You sure this isn't the story of my dude? I know this guy. Alright, let's see. Do you guys want a bad creepypasta or one that I remember as being relatively okay? Thanks, Vert. I'm sure he has the real story of JVK. I'd like him to pass it along. You know, there are real JVK fans in the audience. Inquiring minds want to know. Let's see. Oh my god. Okay. Do you guys want a really bad one? You guys want a really bad video game one? I got one for you. Hold on. Let me get a glass of water and I'll be right back. Sorry. I know I keep getting up, but I probably should have prepared all this stuff ahead of time. But I had a drink when I first started streaming. Mind you, when I first started streaming was 4 hours and 20 minutes ago. Okay, gamers. I think it's time. I'm all beveraged up. I'm all mic'd up. I'm all pocoed up. And that means it's time for a very bad story. I think in between every story that I remember being relatively good, I'm gonna read a fucking awful one, and actually do a a pretty good job of balancing things. Let's see here. This story's called Super Mario 128, and I hope you're ready for it because it was written by the same guy that made the not Mr. Mix. Thanks, Zeke. Wait, how many Morrowind mods do you fight and kill Satan in? Is that a common occurrence of Morrowind mods? Hey, wait, do you think JVK's on on the Nexus? Hold on. Let's see, think someone made a fucking mod on the creepypasta? Oh my god, there is a JVK mod. Oh, and I want to see what it does. I want to see if it's like... This has... Can you check how many downloads something has? Oh. And what does it do? JVK 1166. Doesn't seem to do anything. .1 megabyte. It's not even an overhaul. That would not be enough memory to change anything in the game as far as I can tell. Do you have Morrowind titty mods that you have to uninstall? I wouldn't have any nude mods on Morrowind. I think I don't own Morrowind on Steam. Last time I played Morrowind was pirated on a 2012 laptop, so I've never technically owned it physically, legally. I know it goes on sale all the fucking time, and it's also pretty cheap, so maybe one day I'll pick it up. Maybe one day Poco will play Morrowind. Although, I'm determined to finish a game, so I'm going to finish FF12 before anything else. I think it's really disrespectful of you to assume that I would ever put a titty mod on a fucking Morrowind file. That's insane. Anyways, on to the story. It's very bad. This is about the guy that wrote the memory card story. Remember the one? If you weren't here, you wouldn't know. This one's bad though. Don't worry. I'm gonna pronounce Mario incorrectly too. I know there's one guy that says Mario, and I fucking hate it. I hate it. It's not how you say Mario. It makes me so upset. Anyways, Mario has been a gaming icon for decades, and has been in more games than can be counted. Although no year in recent memory has gone past without some type of Mario game being released, series fans will remember the nearly decade-long drought of original Mario platformers. From 1997 to 2005, there was only one new Mario platformer released, Super Mario Sunshine. Hold on, when was Mario 64 released? Let's see. Mario 64. That was 96. Okay, so at least he's accurate. Sorry. From 97 to 2005, there was only one new Mario platformer released, Super Mario Sunshine. During the second part of this drought, after Sunshine's release, the mysterious Super Mario 128 was the main focus of the fan base. No concrete information was given on the game, and eventually, series creator Shigeru Miyamoto claimed it had simply been a series of test concepts that were never intended to be an actual game. Let me remind you that it actually is a series of test concepts. Super Mario 128 was like their graphics test for the GameCube, and it showed like 128 rendered Marios at once, and they would all like interact with each other, and like it was like a spinning disc of a GameCube they were standing. It was weird. The mystery faded from memory as the Mario drought finally ended and most people forgot about the game that had once been the center of every Mario fan's imagination. The Mario drought corresponded with a bad era for Nintendo in terms of console sales. The N64 and GameCube did not have the financial success of earlier Nintendo consoles, or the Wii. For a very proud company that relied solely on video games to make money, this was quite upsetting for the higher-ranking employees that were attached to the company and felt its success or failure reflected on them personally. Nintendo started working on a sequel to the 96 Super Mario 64 shortly after the game was released, but during the late 90s it became clear that Nintendo was not winning the console war. The Super Mario 64 sequel was restarted from scratch, since the company believed that it was not substantial enough improvement over the original to turn the tides of the market battle. Seeing the generally more realistic and violent games on Sony's PlayStation, the market leader, Nintendo considered making a Mario that was closer in tone with what the public seemed to want. There was quite a bit of internal conflict over how far to go with this new direction, and the new Mario was clearly not going to be ready until Nintendo's next console, the GameCube. The only hint of this that was released to the public was a comment made by Miyamoto that he thought Mario and Luigi should act more like grown-ups in their games for the then soon-to-be-released GameCube. The new Mario project was ultimately split into two games. Luigi's Mansion, which reflected the darker tone that many felt the series should turn to, although it was still toned down quite a bit from what some Nintendo executives and developers wanted, and Super Mario Sunshine, which went in the complete opposite direction. Both were released within a year of the GameCube, and Nintendo felt confident that their new system and Mario games would return them to their former glory as the market leader. As those familiar with gaming history know, they didn't. The GameCube did even worse in market share than the N64, and the mass market's taste shifted even more towards violent, realistic games. During this period, the somber mood in Nintendo intensified, and the darker Mario project was revived, this time codenamed Super Mario 128. Well, Vert, to be fair, the GameCube didn't sell very well. Obviously, Mario Sunshine sold well for one game, but the GameCube, I think, undersold compared to the N64 and the Wii. I think it sold more than the Wii U, but whatever. Yeah, No, Nep, you can tell when someone really wants their story to be taken seriously. They add a lot of facts for the build-up. When I was younger and writing creepypastas, I would always try and add as much factual information as I could so everyone knew just how real it was. Alright, yeah. During this period, the somber mood at Nintendo intensified and the darker Mario project was revived, this time codenamed Super Mario 128. It isn't clear exactly what had happened at Nintendo during this period. As we know, nothing called Super Mario 128 was ever released or publicly shown. The source that revealed the internal strife in Nintendo during the later N64 era refused to discuss what was happening during the time of the GameCube's failure, but released a prototype of Super Mario 128 online that can be played on the Wii Homebrew channel. The following is a recollection of my time playing it. That really dates the fucking... That dates the thing. The Wii Homebrew channel. The following is a recollection of my time playing it. The game was clearly an early beta. The title screen was nothing but white text saying Super Mario 128 against a black background. There was no options menu or save file selection either. After the title screen, the game started. Bowser's laugh from Super Mario 64 looped in the background while a plain text box appeared displaying this dialogue. Mario, I have taken Princess Peach, and she will not live to see the sun rise tomorrow unless you take her place. You know what to do and where to go. Do not try to stop me unless you wish to hasten her death. That is so edgy. I'm sorry. I'm going to take a sip. That was really edgy. The game certainly was going for a darker tone. After I made the text box go away, I was thrust right into gameplay. The first thing I noticed was Mario's character model. His body was as detailed as in Super Mario Galaxy, although a little more realistically proportioned, but his head was taken from his Super Mario 64 character model. Obviously his design wasn't finished yet. The setting was a sky level. There were some simple platforms floating in the air. The rest of the area was just a blue sky with several clouds scrolling in the background. The clouds seemed more realistic than the usual cartoony puffs in Mario games. They were quite graphically impressive. Night, Zeke. You're not gonna let me finish Mario before you go to bed? Alright, whatever. I played through the level. There was nothing especially notable about the gameplay. Enemies didn't seem to have been added yet. I just jumped from platform to platform and it wasn't very challenging. As I went through the level, I noticed the graphics gradually changing. The sky became more and more cloudy until it was completely composed of clouds, and the cloud background gradually turned into a dark gray. After this, it started to rain. I reached a small platform with a toad on it. It looked like the Super Mario Galaxy model. When I landed on this platform, dialogue appeared. We don't want you anymore, Mario. You don't belong here. Just give Bowser what he wants. Die. No. Die. Die, Mario. Get the fuck out of here. You asshole. Die. I'm sorry. Don't clip that. Don't clip me losing my shit to Mario. After the text box went away, I no longer had control of Mario. Mario just stood there for a while, then turned around and walked off the platform. His body seemed to go limp as he fell. Yeah, Mario death. Eventually, it was revealed there was a realistic modern city under the sky. The buildings looked neglected, but there were people on the street. Damn, New Donk City real? Mario hit the ground with a realistic-looking thud, but he didn't explode or show any visible wounds. He just lay there. The people in the city just kept walking by, ignoring Mario, although I thought I saw a few glance at him with cold, somewhat angry expressions. This went on for a few minutes, and eventually, people stopped appearing. Jesus Christ. Let's wait on for a few minutes. People stop hearing. Mario got up. I was back in control, but he couldn't jump at all and had a reduced walking speed. The large buildings of the city didn't appear to be interactive, so I just kept walking down the street for a while. Eventually, I found a small house that seemed out of place among the larger buildings. When I approached the door, Mario opened it. The screen went white and some black text appeared. House of Torn Memories. This seemed to be the level title. When I pressed a button, the screen faded back to Mario, House of Torn Memories. I'm sorry. He was inside the house from before. Everything seemed bigger than it should be. It wasn't gigantic, but scaled as if Mario was a very small child. The house was filled with the normal objects covered in dust and signs of neglect. There were no people on the ground floor, just things like broken lamps and rotting food. I found a door that opened to a set of stairs going down, leading to a basement. In the basement, I found a dilapidated couch and a broken TV. However, what really caught my attention was what was on the couch. Two skeletons that appeared to be children judging by their size. Due to the scale of the house, they were still larger than Mario. I was starting to get really disturbed now. How had a Mario game containing this been programmed to this extent? I went up to the skeletons and tried pressing buttons to interact with them or the TV, but nothing seemed to happen. I was about to turn around and look elsewhere when I was nearly scared to death by a deafeningly loud crash coming from the game. What appeared to be Bowser seemed to have broken through the floor from below and landed in front of Mario. I say appeared to be because this was nothing like the way Bowser's usually rendered. The reptilian monster in the game had Bowser's basic brownish yellow and green color pattern, but looked far more threatening than any Bowser model I had seen before. It was not proportioned like the Bowser I knew. Its arms and legs were far longer in relation to its body and ended in razor-sharp claws. The green shell didn't look like it had spikes glued on. They were more jagged and organic looking with the same green color the rest of the shell had. These details are ridiculous. The face had small but intense, pure black eyes and a mouthful of jagged teeth that took up far more of the space than it should have. Mario was cowering in fear from this thing. A dialogue box appeared. You've kept me waiting long enough, Mario. I will taste flesh soon. Will you finally surrender, or does Peach have to die? I still didn't have control. Mario just stood there, shivering for several seconds before nodding his head. Bowser impaled Mario with his claws. There was no blood, but it was clear from the animation and sound effects that the sharp digits of Bowser's hands had gone through Mario's body. In one swift motion, Bowser dragged Mario up to his face and bit his head off. Again, there was no blood or graphic details left behind on Mario's neck, just Mario's character model being destroyed. The screen faded to black. In white text, another level name appeared. Mario's Eternal Home. Mario's character model was whole again when the level started. It was the only thing on the screen besides the black background. It was floating as if in space. I could somewhat control it, but it felt more like I was deciding to the general direction in which Mario would tumble than fully controlling him. As I drifted towards no apparent destination, voices faded in. They were echoing, deep voices, telling Mario that he was worthless, that the world no longer had any use for him, and everyone would be better off if he was dead. High-pitched crying was layered onto the voices after a bit. It sounded like it was supposed to be Mario's cries. This really disturbed me, and I found myself fighting back tears. For reasons I couldn't understand, this was affecting me on an emotional level. The voices and aimless wandering went on for several minutes until I spotted a light gray speck in the distance. I moved towards it. It took a very long time to reach and grew closer at a much slower rate than it should have. When I was close enough to make it out, I saw that it was a tombstone. It was a very plain one with cracks in several places. When I got right next to the tombstone, I could see writing on it. I turned off the system right after reading it. I'm not going back to play the beta or whatever this was again. There was a single word written on the tombstone. Innocence. How do you guys feel about innocence? Innocence. Innocence. There goes the death of the reader's innocence, bro. It's real. Patched. What was not innocent about that? Also, why is Poco bugging out? Is that something to do with my camera? Because everything seems to be fine with the tracking. Oh, it's the light. I think I'm solid now. I didn't realize. I didn't check the lighting to see how affected I would be. My lamp is all sorts of weird, so it's like shining in the camera. And it's the Poco lamp, if you will. What if I was just a Tanuki, but like, you know, my VTuber is also just a Tanuki. Anyways, I think I got a couple more stories for you guys, unless you're getting sick of me by now, which I reckon you should have. Gonna make popcorn. I like the idea that I'm worth making popcorn for. Let me just browse a little bit more. Do some browsing, if you will. Let's see. So, what do you guys want? Something good or something entertaining? 'Cause not everything that's good is entertaining, unfortunately. Alright, I think I got one. Wheelie Breakers is not entertaining. It sucks. Also, good night, Zeke. Wheelie Breakers is not a good creepypasta. The fact that you don't have to list off 90 facts about a game for it to be entertaining. I know this for a fact because that last story was like 90 facts and it sucked. Look, if you like reading about improper Yu-Gi-Oh! Play in a video game for the Wii from 2009, you can go ahead and read Wheelie Breakers on your own. I will even link it to you, but I am not going to narrate Wheelie Breakers. You cannot get me to do that. It's unfair to me. Oh, hold on. There's just a creepypasta called Sonic the Hedgehog. Oh no, this one seems to be really bad. Everyone's reviewing it poorly, even back in 2010 when it was posted, which means it has to be god-awful. There's also the Sonic the Hedgehog Lost Episode. What do you guys think of that? You guys want to go for a Lost Episode style story? I certainly am not opposed to it. It's shorter than Wheelie Breakers, and that's all that really matters to me. Let's see. Yeah, fuck it. We're not reading the Bob the Builder Lost episode. It sucks. That's like especially bad. It's super sucks. Anyways, I think I read this one in the Discord at some point, but episode 66. Here, let me put on my other monitor so it's more readable, and I'll put the Twitch stream on the other monitor. I'm just doing some monitor switching. One more second. Oh, that's better. I had to zoom in 98% because the text is so small on this like really high-res monitor. Anyways, can anyone help me out here? I'm looking for a lost episode of The Adventures of Sonic the Hedgehog. I'm sure some of you remember. If you're from the northern part of Virginia and watched the show, you may have seen this. Some backstory first, however. I first recall seeing this episode when I was 8. It was episode 66 of season 1. There was only one season, and it was only aired in Northern Virginia, as the broadcasting station had ignored the notice not to play the final episode of the bundle due to its extreme adult content. This was the station's choice, as it had purchased the syndication rights for the area, but concerned parents later sued them after several children came down with light neural hemorrhaging that caused severe nightmares and vomiting. Okay, watching an episode of Sonic can't give you fucking brain hemorrhages. Viewing this episode killed no one, and older viewers seemed immune to the effects of whatever caused the bleeding, but needless to say, a freeze was put on the production and was hushed up on the news. The show was replaced by the series simply named Sonic the Hedgehog. I started my search for the episode after the nightmares from watching the episode returned after 16 years. The nightmares were vivid. They contained visions of people in a long line, all of them clutching their faces in despair. The people on this line spread the full length of the street, and all had seemingly abandoned their cars to join the others waiting. I feel like there's something to be said of Poco reading creepypastas while smiling brightly. I think that might be what I want to tweak about Poco. I think I want to add like a more neutral curve to my mouth, so when I'm speaking it doesn't just look like I'm always smiling. So maybe when I'm actually smiling there's a specific yeah, I hate needing Mario, fuck Mario. But yeah, I want to make it so maybe there's like a non-specific curvature to the mouth when I speak, so it's sorry, that's technical stuff. I'll just yell at the rigger tomorrow or something. Everything had a dark red tone to it, like the sun was burning out at sunset but never fully went down. Those that weren't in the line littered the street, dead. I can't recall much of the dream beyond hints of looting, things like a line of dead riot police, smashed windows, a collapsed skyscraper in the distance, and upturned cars, but no one in the line paid any attention to this. They simply sobbed as the line shifted forwards. The nightmare ended with one of the members of the line looking directly at me. He said nothing, but shifted to an unnatural pose. His arms bent at a 45-degree angle and his legs spread into a box over the ground, his mouth agape. As he did this, the rest of the people in the line did the same, striking a slightly different twisted pose. All were looking at me. I awoke with tears in my eyes. The first logical step to finding this episode lie with the station that originally aired it. There is nothing odd about the station. He has moves. My logical step to finding this episode lie with the station that originally aired it. There is nothing odd about the station. Its old management has long since moved on. Committed suicide, as the new manager pointed out to me. That's in quotes, but I think they generally actually probably killed themselves based on this story's edginess. Over a cup of coffee, the new manager and I discussed the station's... Nep, are you okay? The new manager and I discussed the station's past. I intentionally eased into the subject of the lost episode, and as I turned out, I was right to do so. When I brought it up, John, as he will now be known, literally spilled coffee all over his lap. He told me this subject was a personal one to him. As it turns out, John was the original owner's son. He was kind enough to explain to me that the legal fees he was receiving in conjunction with the mail he was receiving from children and parents alike had pushed him too far, and his dad had hung himself in the family kitchen. I was a little taken aback by this news, so I figured I was digging too deep and decided to drop the madness, maybe call it a day. Before I could exit John's office, he told me he would send me the mail. His reasoning? His reasoning that I'm yawning. Sorry. His reasoning? He wanted me to know what happened. His curiosity was almost deep as mine, which wasn't surprising considering the episode had killed his father. I told him I'd take a look deeper into the subject and get back to him on anything I dug up. The letters were, as one would expect, angry mothers asking what kind of station would air such filth, legal fees ranging in the hundreds of thousands of dollars, enough to send any station broke in the 90s, and of course, drawings from children depicting scenes of the episode. They were things like the blood and unusually dull colors that persisted throughout, and horrible things such as Robotnik vomiting blood and Tails crying over the corpse of a feathered headless bird. What? One letter, however, caught my attention specifically. It was a letter from the studio that produced the series. Thank you for purchasing the rights to air The Adventures of Sonic the Hedgehog, Sega 93-94, all rights reserved. Enclosed is a series list, episode descriptions in episodes 1 through 66, the entirety of season 1, and legal information regarding ratings and air times. What's your question, Vert? How do what things get made? The stories or these hidden episodes? Because I couldn't tell you. Wait, Nap, what? Was it like hyper-realistic crucifixion or was it like cartoony crucifixion? Also, Vert, a lot of these stories try to explain how the episodes got made. Yeah. Like, wait, crucified Tails? Like, okay. What do they want something with it? Do they want it, like, printed onto a shirt? Hey, yeah, I need this on a shirt. Yeah, this is Tails getting crucified. Yep. Need it on a shirt. Jesus. On Christmas Eve? And it was a children's drawing of crucified Tail. Alright, that's a lot to take in. That is quite a bit to take in. I think we should get back to the story before I end up thinking about the Tails crucifixion shirt for the rest of the night. I mean, it technically is Christian, Vert. It's Tails crucified. It's Christian. Anyways, back to the story. In poor handwriting at the bottom of the page, a scrawled note was placed with the words, Episode 66 is not to be aired. This is a database error and contains corrupted material. I set out to find this episode, but to no avail. My second plan was to ask the people who had sent the angry letters about the episode about their take on it. Those who had not moved away since gave me the canned, I don't know, or not this again, responses. But I did chance upon one man around my age that remembers and taped the episode. He invited me in and showed me his VHS copy of the episode. It was badly decayed from the years of neglect in his garage, though, and I could only make out a few bits. Tails screaming at Sonic with tears in his eyes. How could you, Sonic? What have you done? Sorry, that was a bad 90s Tails impression. I'll stop. Wait, what? Nap, what? Was this about the same kid? Why do you want his, like, Sonic Gore images? Why do you want his Sonic Gore images put on a t-shirt? Jesus Christ. He invited me in and showed me his VHS copy of the episode. It was badly decayed from the years of neglect in his garage, though, and I could only make out a few bits. Tails screaming at Sonic with tears in his eyes. How could you, Sonic? What have you done? The rest of this episode was static, with the occasional scream and twisted figures, not animals or people, but figures staring at the viewer, with their circular mouths and open black eyes emitting a slight screech. The tape sent chills up my spine, and I asked if I could take it for research I was doing into the episode. He agreed quite readily, and I promised to keep him updated about it. I took the tape back to John, and we watched it for about 15 minutes until John jumped back in his seat. He told me he saw the figure with black eyes, but it spoke for a brief moment. He claimed he saw its lips move, mouthing a word he thought was eternity. We watched that same 1-second flash forward, must have been 30 times, and each time we both attempted to freeze the frame on the figure, it disappeared when the video paused. I called it a day there. We needed a better copy of the episode if we were to find out why it ended the entire series and caused me nightmares for so much of my childhood. Short of traveling to France and talking to the animation studio, I gave them a call. They bluntly told me there was no episode 66. 65 was the last episode of the season. Knowing this was a dead end, I called again and asked for the contact information of the voice actors. Most of the information was out of date, it seemed. The information given for the voice actors of Robotnik, Scratch, Grounder, and Sonic all gave number not in service. Yeah, you wouldn't be able to get Jaleel White's fucking number, you psychopath. It got all gave number not in service errors, or people told me I had the wrong number. However, I did manage to contact one person. Christopher Evan Welch was the voice of Tails. I managed to hook him for a fake interview about his roles in 90s television. As you would expect, Chris turned up wearing casual clothing and a smile on his face. He looked like the average guy in his late 20s. As he sat down, I asked him about some of his roles in bands and in television, working my way to Sonic. When I did get there, however, he got really quiet and evasive. I asked him specifically about episode 66, and he froze. His pupils almost retracted to nothing, and he looked at me, telling me the episodes only went up to 65. I knew better, of course, and asked him about the script, where he was talking to Sonic about something he had done. The man grabbed his face, not in frustration, but to wipe his eyes. They were beginning to well up. Oh, hey, J-Rat. How was your sleep? I mean, you fell asleep? Wait, you fell asleep listening to me talk? That's unhealthy. I want to fix that. Anyways, he told me the episode was written by Jeffrey Scott and the usual spiel that follows. Jeffrey was a nice man and was very patient with Chris as he read the script, being 11 at the time. But as the first season drew to a close, Jeffrey had become very angry with everyone, even the 11-year-old Chris. The voice actors for Robotnik and Sonic threatened to quit over his behavior, but the executive producer paid them both very large sums of cash in hand right there to read from the script Jeffrey had written. Apparently, Jeffrey had an order from a higher-up, the top of Sega as far as Chris knew at the time, to produce this episode, and it was listed as a business priority. Chris explained to me how as they had read the script, he felt great sorrow and terror. It was as if they had lost a close friend or family member, even seeing those people die before them. He told me of the scarring to his vocal cords from the screaming that was involved by reading the script, even the extreme exhaustion of the other voice actors involved. The session ended with security pulling the voice actors from the studio before they died of exhaustion in the process of recording. His mother pulled him from the show the next day, fearing for his safety. I stopped the interview there and asked for a copy of the episode, but none were ever sent back to the voice actors. That is as far as I've come in the search for episode 66. I've heard there may be a copy in the studio in France, but I have no way of getting there on my budget. I know it exists, and many more people out there must have a VHS copy, so that's why I ask the internet. Help me in my search, please. Now, why would you want that? If you're trying to get rid of your nightmares, I don't think watching the thing that gave you the nightmares is going to be like, yeah, I'm over it now. That wasn't Nothing Story, but a lot of the Like, yeah, a lot of the lost episodes are like nowhere episodes. I know there's like Dead Bart or whatever. That one's pretty, eh. Let's see. Let's see if I can find. Let us see. Oh? Let me get a drink. This one is a little long. Now, I know that these creepypastas like to have, like, all black on the website and white text for reading, but can I be honest? This shit is not conducive to, like, reading for a prolonged period, and my eyes are getting heavy. It might also be because it's 5:30 in the morning. It's probably because it's 5:30 in the morning. And in that case, this story is going to be the last one, okay? This one is... Wow. Holy shit. Maybe I got myself into a bit more than I can handle. It's very long. Let me just do some prep before I start. It's fucking with me eyes. Maybe I'm gonna need glasses after all this. Alright, here we go. You guys ready? This is a very long story, and it's going to be my last. I'm going to go out with a bang, if I can even handle it. The year is 1999. That sentence brings me back to my senior kindergarten class when I was 5 years old, where we used to read out the date on the blackboard every single day. The year 1999 exists as a stain in my mind. However, as a memory that will not go away no matter how I try to forget it. 1999 marked the year I lost my first tooth, my first time on a plane, and, unfortunately, the early loss of my childhood innocence. That one memory that refuses to be wiped. It all started with that new, or old TV. At that time, Pokemon was the latest fad to hit the school. Pokemon cards, games, stickers, and the most popular thing, the TV show. So, of course, every time I came home from school, I would stay glued to the TV until Pokemon came on at 5 o'clock. The only problem was that my dad watched the news at 5:30, and Pokemon episodes are back-to-back, which meant I had to miss an episode every day, something I whined on and on about. My dad got tired of hearing me complain every day. That must be why he went and bought another TV. My dad put the TV he bought in my room. Unfortunately, it was just an old, small boob tube with rabbit ears even. It also only had 20 channels available, not including the channel Pokemon was on. I recall I didn't care, though. I was just thrilled I had my own TV in my room. After surfing through the channels, I came to the conclusion that only two channels, TVO Kids, the only channel 2, TVO Kids, was worth watching, so I watched that for a while. It wasn't for another few months until I discovered Channel 21. One day in April, I was flipping through the channels, trying to see if I could just find the channel Pokemon was on. My dad was surprised too, but he let me watch it because it seemed to have kids programs on. Oh yeah, no, I just pressed 21 to the remote, hoping there were more channels, and to my delight, there was. My dad was surprised too, but he let me watch it, because it seemed to have kids programs on. The channel was called Caledon Local 21, and later I found out it was indeed broadcasted from the town of Caledon, Ontario, a town very close to my own city. The shows I saw on Caledon Local 21 looked poorly made, and I never understood what was going on in them half the time. However, as I grew up, every time I thought of that channel, I realized more and more how messed up the shows were, and I had to ask myself, what the fuck was I watching? The following is a list of shows and episodes I remember seeing on Caledon Local 21. How I remember such detail even disturbs me, but I guess things like this stand out in your mind for a while. The channel only ran a few shows, probably because it was only operational between 4 p.m. and 9 p.m. April 1999. Mr. Bear's Cellar, Episode 12. Very sketchy name if you were to look at it nowadays. The show featured a guy wearing a bear mascot costume who would get a new visitor into his cellar every day. It was always a kid. The show was filmed with a camcorder, and not a very good one either. The police asked me a lot of questions about this show. This episode started with Mr. Bear sitting at a table playing checkers by himself. He sat there playing for a bit until there was a knock on the door. The camera was then looking up at the stairs at the door, where there was another knock. Mr. Bear climbed the stairs and opened the door to reveal two young children. One was a boy about my age, and the other one was a girl who looked about 8. Mr. Bear danced in delight and then started talking to the kids. I couldn't hear any of them that well, but I remember Mr. Bear then led the kids into the cellar, which was quite dark, only lit by a small oil lamp on the table. I can't really remember that much more, except him singing a song which I couldn't hear too well either, probably because of the muffled large bear mask. That episode ended with them playing hide and seek, with the kids hiding in a closet and Mr. Bear counting. May 1999. Soup and Spoon. I don't even think this was a show. I think it was more of a special movie thing. All I know is I stopped watching Caledon Local 21 for a while because I thought this show was too stupid, especially since Pokemon now came on at 4:30 and 5 o'clock. I don't remember much of this, but it showed a can of soup and a spoon both attached to strings, swinging back and forth as if someone was holding them and dangling them in front of the camera. Interestingly enough, the show was shot in a basement, which looked just like the one used in Mr. Bear's cellar. Like I said, I can't remember much. The only thing I can remember clearly was the end. The entire thing was only a half an hour long, and just included stuff I found stupid, such as the spoon chasing the soup around trying to eat him. The ending showed a table and about 7 kids sitting around it, each with a bowl of soup in front of their faces. They were sitting and looking at the camera, but with confused, almost frightened faces. The cameraman then held the can of soup in front of the kids and said, "Spoons ready?" And then it just stopped. July 1999. It was summer, and I hadn't watched Channel 21 for a while. Until one day, when I slept over at my friend's house, I decided to check it up again. My friend had gotten a TV in his room for his 6th birthday, so he stayed up very late. For us, 9:30 was very late, and watched TV. That's when I remembered Channel 21 and brought it up to my friend. We decided to see if it was on, and to our surprise, it was. They must have changed the broadcasting time. Mr. Bear's Cellar, Episode 23. This episode was entertaining for me and my friend, mainly because it had swearing. However, now when I think of this episode, I realize something was definitely wrong when it was filmed. The episode started with the camera on its side, while it was facing Mr. Bear, who was walking upstairs to the cellar door. The camera then blacked out for about a second, before fading in, back upright, and facing Mr. Bear. There was also another kid talking to him, but this kid looked about 11 or 12. He was talking to Mr. Bear for a while, but I couldn't hear well, again with the crappy camcorder, until the kid started raising his voice. The kid was saying how it was late and his sister had to go home. You could also hear more voices in the background. I remember Mr. Bear clearly saying, "Get the fuck out, you're not invited," with a deep voice muffled by the bear mask. I remember my friend and I looking at each other and laughing at the mention of the forbidden F word, but the episode got weirder. The kid began climbing the stairs before turning around and saying how he was going to call the police. Mr. Bear began breaking into a run towards the kid, who started screaming and running as well. The camera then cut out, and that was the end of the episode. The channel then turned to static shortly after. You know, it's funny, when I heard that story the first time, I didn't get what happened, mostly because I wasn't listening. August 1999. I didn't want to watch Channel 21 after that. In August, I grew more curious to see Mr. Bear's cellar for some reason, though. The last episode I saw of Mr. Bear was weird and had swearing, which also made me think that the show was made for teenagers. Nonetheless, I flipped onto Channel 21 when I was busy. Mr. Bear's Cellar, Episode 28. Apparently, this episode had been playing the entire month of August. It was studied a lot by the police. The entire episode was just Mr. Bear sitting in a chair talking to the audience. Hello, kids. Do you want to visit my cellar? If you do, please write me a letter at this address. The screen then switched to a white screen with multicolored letters reading the address, and that was what remained for the rest of the episode. This repeated for 5 hours every day until September came. And guess what I actually did? I sent Mr. Bear, or that sick bastard who portrayed him, a letter. I did it out of curiosity mostly. My dad was okay with it because he thought it was a legit kids show, but then again he never saw any of what was on Channel 21. So I wrote a letter using my best writing possible. I think I just said how I wanted to meet Mr. Bear. So my dad sent the letter to the address Mr. Bear said on the show. It stayed on all day anyway for some reason. It took about a week to get a response, which I was surprised it did. I still have the letter I received on August 15th, 1999. The letter read, "Dear Elliot, thank you ever so much for your letter. I would love to have you in my cellar. We play games, watch movies, and go fire camping in the middle of the woods. Come to my house at," the police cut out this address, "Caledon, Ontario, Canada. I look very forward to having fun with you. Love, Mr. Bear." I cannot believe my dad never found this sketchy because he actually took me to the house, and that's when the police became involved. Those endless questions, those pictures of terrified kids, the woods. That brings me to why I'm writing this blog. That psycho and his friends did some fucked up shit back then, and now it seems like he's trying to get in contact with me again. The entire police thing is coming back. That has brought 1999 back for me. Over a decade later, it is happening again. Update, November 15th, 2009. People have been emailing me asking exactly what happened in 1999. I will get to that. Those weird TV shows I was watching apparently were meant to attract kids to Mr. Bear's house. What Mr. Bear did shocked the entire town. My dad actually drove me to Caledon along with the address Mr. Bear left on the letter. The house was actually in the outskirts of the town, in the open farmland. I still remember that house. It looked like an older farmhouse that looked to have been built in the early 1900s. The windows were all boarded up and the house looked in a state of disrepair. As we walked up to the house, I remember my dad checking the address over and over again and looking at the house in disbelief. Then the door opened. I expected to see Mr. Bear at the door, but I was surprised to see a police officer emerge from the creaking doorway. The officer began talking to my dad while I quickly asked if that was Mr. Bear's house. The officer's face cringed slightly and he muttered, "Oh God," or something like that. He started talking quietly to my dad so I couldn't hear, although my dad told me to go back to the car anyway. And then we just went home. My dad was quiet the whole way home. I felt something strange had happened. My dad never told me what happened for a while, and I forgot about it anyway. Channel 21 no longer came on, and when I asked about it, my dad would not acknowledge its existence. I think it was when I was 13 that I learned the truth. I remembered Channel 21 one day and asked my dad about it. I guess he finally decided I could handle it. Caledon Local 21 was a local TV channel that ran from October 1997 to August 1999 in the Peel region of Ontario. The entire channel was made from a house in Caledon, the one I visited, and run by a man who is not really known by anyone in the town. The channel was only available to older TVs because the signal was only picked up by rabbit ears, weaker frequency. The man created all the shows on the channel, all of which were meant to be kids' shows. He was Mr. Bear, and he was the mysterious cameraman. The only reason he created the channel was more disturbing than what was originally thought. As you might have already guessed, he kidnapped kids and held them in his cellar. But while most people thought that he was a serial child molester, he really wanted to use the kids for another purpose. The day I arrived, the man had fled his house the night before, the day before police went in for their investigation. I wasn't the only one who was watching. Update, December 2nd, 2009. Sorry for not answering questions for so long. I haven't accessed my email account for some time. Anyway, let me finally set things straight about what I know. Back in October, I visited the house previously owned by the man who ran Caledon Local 21. 2 women lived there, operating a daycare business. How ironic. Now to answer the questions you guys emailed me. Who else watched Caledon Local 21? I know other people watched it for sure, including those kids who wound up at Mr. Bear's house. After some Google searches, I found a few people in the Neo-Seeker forums who were discussing shows from Caledon Local 21. They talked about the 2 shows I watched, but also another 2 shows I had never seen before. A user named I Am Real Life seemed to know all of the shows that broadcasted on Channel 21. Here are the 2 I've never heard of. The Fallen Angel and Life. I Am Real Life described it as a fairly boring show about a guy rambling on in front of a camera about how he must please Satan and appease him before it is too late. Paint with the Soul. I Am Real Life and another user named Siggy92 were discussing this show. They described it as Blair Witch-like, as it consisted of the cameraman wandering around a forest at night, doing nothing particularly interesting. I'll go looking for the conversation and see if I can get the link. Question. Where's Mr. Bear, or the guy who wore the costume? Answer. If I did know, I would have said earlier. I have no idea where this guy is, or if he's dead or alive. Hopefully dead. When I see my dad's friend the next time, I will ask him about this. Maybe I can get a more definitive answer. What did Mr. Bear do to the children? This is by far the most common question I've been asked. I found this out in October as well, via my dad's friend who is a retired Caledon regional officer. Apparently, the man playing Mr. Bear took the kids out of the house and into the forest nearby. What he did there, police are not exactly sure how it happened, but 16 charred bodies of children between the ages of 4 to 13 were found in a 15 by 15 foot ditch deep within the forest. My dad's friend did not want to go into exact details, but I'm seeing him next Thursday anyway, so maybe I can extort more information from him then. That's all I have for now. Thanks for keeping an interest in my blog. I will try to gather as much information as I can for my next post. I've actually been getting pretty interested in this myself. It should be my right to know what the hell happened. Update, January 14th, 2010. I'm sorry I haven't posted anything for a while. I kind of lost interest in this blog since I hit a standstill while looking for more information about the identity of the owner of Caledon Local 21. Here, I'm going to mount my microphone. It's getting really tiring to just hold it the whole time. Surely you guys can understand my struggle. Untangle this. It's like a nice microphone, but it's like a, you know, a typical microphone you'd have in a stand on a stage or something. I'm sorry I haven't posted anything for a while. I kind of lost interest in this blog since I hit a standstill while looking for more information about the identity of the owner of Caledon Local 21. Moreover, a few weeks ago I struck gold. I found some answers surprisingly from the father of a kid I used to babysit. He lives just across the street from my house, and I used to look after his kids when they were younger. He currently doesn't have a job either. He used to live near the woods outside of Caledon and witnessed the owner's activities in the woods. His name is Anthony Pollo. When he lived in the small bungalow outside the woods, he would often venture in to smoke a joint of marijuana or two before returning to his work as a wood craftsman. Pollo described that sometimes he would hear voices of children coming from deeper within the woods, as well as a glowing light off in the distance. Pollo told me these events happened in late 1997. No, this is around the time Caledon Local 21 began airing. He apparently became quite annoyed by this happening every once in a while and actually went to investigate once. Pollo then described what the whole scene looked like when he got there. There was a group of kids, he said about 13 to 17, and ages 5 to 12 gathered around a large fire pit with a burning fire. With them was a single adult. Pollo talked to the man, noting his unusual unkempt appearance of a crack addict, as well as his constant twitching, and asked what he was doing out here in the woods with children. The man said they were on a camping trip, something they did frequently. Pollo, not suspecting anything, Caledon has one of the lowest crime rates in Canada, simply left it at that and told him to be quieter. Pollo then paused for a while before telling me that they never became quieter. In fact, sometimes he heard loud chanting from the children in an unknown language. He didn't bother meeting with the man again as he was moving anyway. I told Pollo that the man was probably the owner of Caledon Local 21, but he doubted it, as he heard that man was moving to Pickering by several other residents near that area. Here's what I know now. The man would take kids into the woods regularly for camping. The fire pit Pollo described may be the hole the bodies of the children are found in. The children Poyle saw are probably the ones found dead, and the man moved to a city called Pickering, a smaller city east of Toronto. I will discuss this with my dad's friend, the ex-cop, and see if this matches anything the police knew about the man. I also want to see if he has any other knowledge of what was aired on Caledon Local 21. Update, February 10th, 2010. That's a month. That's a month from the last update. Good news, guys. I talked to my dad's friend and he disclosed a lot of information for me. First, I asked if the police had any information on the man who ran Caledon Local 21. He replied that they have only had the same leads for years and never found a suspect. However, the Peel Regional Police do have some tapes found in the house Caledon Local 21 was broadcasted from. He took me over so I could watch a few. I guess I haven't said much about him yet. My dad's friend's name was Mitchell Wilson. Pretty nice guy. He seems to understand my thirst for knowledge on what happened during the late 90s in that house. He feels it was wrong that my dad went so long without telling me much. He took me to the Davis Road Police Station. If you don't know, it's the largest station in Caledon, and one of the largest in the Peel region itself. Oh god, Ekfanet. Each of the main stations around Peel have some of the tapes. I was able to watch all the footage that the Davis Road Station has. Unfortunately, I wasn't allowed to take any of the tapes home for obvious reasons. Paint with the Soul, Episode 10, Garbage Thrown Away. Paint with the Soul was one of the shows that I Am Real Life and Siggy92 discussed on Neoseeker. I told the police about this and they informed me that 12 episodes of the show were made and broadcasted between December 5th, 1997 and January 8th, 1998. 12 episodes? Damn, alright. Exactly as I Am Real Life and Siggy92 described, the episode opened with the cameraman wandering around in a forest. It appeared to be during the evening as it seemed the sun was setting. The cameraman walked along a path until he got to an area where there was a lot of garbage lying in the leaves. The camera looked around at the various wrappers, bottles, bags, and boxes, making sure each item got a few seconds of screen time. The camera then focused on a single area before the man spoke. I recall he spoke in a very timid, quiet voice, and I swear I've heard it somewhere else before, like on another Caledon Local 21 show. I could barely hear what he was saying, but he mainly talked about how humans are garbage, or something that he had to do with saving ourselves by cleaning up the garbage. Us. It actually sounded really stupid, but still, a feeling of dread came over me. I mean, that forest was probably where those bodies were found, right? Mr. Bear's Cellar, Episode 25. When the police administrator brought this tape in, I actually said, "Aw, shit," and chuckled a bit out loud. Of course, I got stares from the staff, but Wilson explained to them my little experience with Mr. Bear and how I still kept the letter he sent me. Unlike the previous episodes, this one included a guy wearing a bear mask costume. The episode began with Mr. Bear waddling over to his cellar door with a bottle of orange juice in his paws. On the ground were 16 shot glasses, as well as a small bottle that contained an unknown liquid. Mr. Bear poured an equal amount of orange juice into each glass before opening the smaller bottle and depositing one drop into the glasses. Mr. Bear then went off camera. There were some minor sounds such as shuffling, and then the bear man emerged from behind the camera's location. Following him were 16 children. Some looked as young as 4, while others looked like they were practically teenagers. As the children entered, the administrator commented that this is the only episode that showed all 16 victims. The kids all looked rather content, except for this one who had visible bruises on his face, and unlike the other kids, he had a more fearful expression. He also looked about 11 or 12, which caused me to recognize him. He was the kid who had asked about his sister and subsequently met an unknown fate at the end of episode 23, that one episode I watched during July 1999. When I told the administrator this, he confirmed it was the same kid. He was also featured in episode 24, an episode that only aired once at 3 o'clock on July 1999. The police have still not found the tape. Mr. Bear then broke into song, singing about citrus fruits and how good vitamin C was for you. I could barely hear the lyrics as they were muffled by the bear mask. The kids all drank their juice, the one from episode 23 doing it rather reluctantly, and the episode ended. After viewing the tapes in possession of the Davis Road Police Station, I'm satisfied, but only temporarily. I still want to know the full story. The police just keep giving me the same crap about the creator of Caledon Local 21 being a fetishist pedophile, as well as an apparent cultist. I will sign off for now. Get into university first, and get information later. Hopefully, I will get back to this blog as soon as possible. Last month, I got my G2 license. In Ontario, Canada, this allows you to drive in a car by yourself as well as with some passengers after 6 months. I, of course, took advantage of this and drove into Caledon for a little Sunday drive, since I haven't updated my blog in a while. I figured I might as well visit the house where the infamous channel of my childhood was located. The house looked different from when I last saw it in October. The place was no longer used as a daycare and just sat there abandoned. However, it did have a for sale sign showing that someone still owned it, wanting to get rid of it though. The abandoned house drew fuzzy memories from my mind, mainly of that day my dad took me to visit Mr. Bear. A feeling of dread came upon me. What happened to the children while they were living in that house? I walked up the steps to the front door and peered through the window. Inside, I could see a nearly empty hallway with a few boxes at the end. At the end of the hallway to the right was an open doorway, presumably leading to the kitchen. To the left, there were 2 doors, both apparently leading to rooms visible through the room windows outside. I wonder where the cellar entrance was located and whether it had been sealed up. I walked around to the back of the house and found my answer. 2 wooden doors lying at an almost flat angle were padlocked shut. This had to lead to the cellar. Not wanting to hang around, you cannot imagine what was going through my mind at the time, I departed. Behind the house, the empty field continued on until it reached a dense forest that lined the horizon. I wonder if that was the forest where the bodies of the children were found. I thought to myself, fuck it, and proceeded to walk across the field behind the house into the forest. The forest was oddly quiet, save for the few periodic sounds of a woodpecker drilling into a distant tree. I cautiously made my way deeper into the woods, not really caring about the fact that I had no idea where I was going. I don't know how to explain it, but it felt like there was something I had to find. I came to a thinner part of the woods and a few small houses in the distance. Pollo's house crossed my mind, and I wondered if one of these homes had belonged to him. I neared a small clearing in which I could see 3 adequately sized logs gathered around a black charred area, showing a small fire had been lit there recently. Hold on, I'm gonna sip something again. My throat's getting tired. Hey! Get the fuck out of our fort! Those words nearly gave me a heart attack. I turned to my left and saw 2 dark-clothed people running towards me. My initial thought was to run. However, as they came closer, I saw they were all really just kids in their early teens, possibly 13 or 14 or maybe even 12. As they approached me, they realized my size as well. I'm 6'1", while they could have been no bigger than 5'8". One might have even been 5'7". We said, "Get the fuck out," the larger one, who was wearing a Slipknot shirt, said half-heartedly. I stood my ground and shrugged. The shorter one, who was wearing a Metallica shirt, swung out a butterfly knife and held it into my direction. "No, you wouldn't want to," I said in a deep, serious tone, trying to sound as badass as possible. I pulled out my cell phone. The 2 kids withdrew, the one in the Metallica shirt pulling away the knife. "Look, dude, we don't like people in our fort, so can you just go?" The one in the Slipknot shirt said, obviously intimidated. I had no business in the forest anyway, so I uttered out a simple, "Fine," and turned before I realized I had great opportunity. Did either of you ever hear about a guy who murdered a bunch of kids in these woods about 13 years ago? I asked the kids. The 2 looked at each other in confusion, before the one wearing the Metallica shirt answered. "Yeah, everyone knows about that guy," he said to me as if I were stupid. The kid in the Slipknot shirt continued. "He still lives around here in the storm drain. My big brother's friend says he saw him in a bear costume once wandering around the forest at night. That is a little creepy." My instincts told me this was probably a lie, and the owner of Caledon Local 21 is probably long gone, only existing as folklore in this smaller, isolated community. However, as a human, the thought of the mysterious unknown sparks interest within. "And where's this storm drain?" I asked. Just out of curiosity, I don't actually believe the kid's story. The kid in the Metallica shirt stared at me for a few moments, his eyes seemingly full of annoyance, yet curiosity for me. "You're not from around here, are you? Why did you even come here?" Now, I do admit I was slightly startled by the nature of this question. However, I figured I might as well explain why I was there, just in case some people mistook my intentions. I told the two kids about my experience with the man in Caledon Local 21, and that I had to come and maybe seek out and get some sort of closure, although even I wasn't exactly sure. Sorry, whenever you see me stop for a while, it's because I'm scrolling to get the next line. The kids seemed familiar with the channel as they smiled and looked at each other when I mentioned it. They also became more understanding and gave me a detailed description on how to get into the storm drain. Shortly after, I decided to just turn around the way I came and head back to the house, leaving the kids at their fort. But now you're probably wondering why I left out such small detail about what the kids told me just now. It is because I'm choosing to conclude what I have gathered now. Here's what the kids told me in detail. The storm drain lies ahead of the kids' fort, the same direction I was heading. The drain ends at a small river, where access water is drained out. Near here is a small playground. The kids told me people rarely use it. The man supposedly lives in the large pipe that rainwater drains out of. People have seen him, although always either wearing a bear mask or the mask in a full-body bear costume. Note, I do not believe this is true, and in fact simply a myth made by the residents of Caledon. The story does not seem plausible in any way. Why did no one else call the police? Didn't this guy look suspicious? And other questions like these leave the story invalid. I may visit the storm drain again. Not because I believe the story, but because I want an excuse to visit Caledon again, so this blog doesn't die. With no more tapes to watch, I don't know what to talk about anymore. Aww. He's getting horror fatigue. Update, October 7th, 2010. Wow, nearly 5 months since I yawned. Fuck. Wow, nearly 5 months since I last updated. I'm guessing everyone pretty much thinks I was dead, right? Thankfully, I'm not. But in all seriousness, I really have been busy these past few months, and a blog about something that could have killed me as a kid is a little low on my current priorities list. As of now, I am living in Waterloo, Ontario, attending the University of Waterloo for computer engineering. Yeah, I'm a keener. As you can imagine, engineering is no walk in the park, so obviously I nearly forget about this blog. And as you can see now, I'm back. I remembered to visit the storm drain the kids from the Caledon Forest told me about. It was out in a clearing between the two wooded areas nearby a marsh. Unfortunately, I found absolutely nothing, save for a turtle that retreated into its built-in home when it saw me. I snapped some pics of the pipe, for which I have posted as well. Also, let me tell you, it was not a storm drain like they said it was. What I saw was a simple pipe, possibly to channel the access water from the marsh. Yeah, I'll make a gallery, hold on. When I returned from Caledon, however, I simply kept putting off uploading everything until I forgot all about my blog. It just didn't seem important anymore. Please forgive me. It wasn't until only recently that I am now interested in my case again. On September 10th, I received an email from this email address, returntheb@hotmail.com. Funny, am I right? Well, it gets better. I'm gonna copy and paste the exact email this guy sent me. Dear Elliot, my dear boy. You see, this story may or may not be true, but it could happen. There are many slots for airtime. If you have money, you can have a public access TV channel. Some public access channels share airtime with, like, EWTN, religious-based channel out of Michigan. That shows Catholic-based programming, but during off-air hours have independent shows or just blue screen. Cable networks have empty channels available for rent space. So the scenario of a pedophile renting a channel on basic TV is not far-fetched at all. However, public access TV is widely reviewed and can be terminated at any time. These are the rules for the United States, not Canada, where the story took place. So if this happened in the US, the pedo would likely be tracked and arrested immediately. Yes, this story could happen, but it is unlikely. 100 fuzzy hugs, Mr. Bear. Now, obviously this letter is fake and sounds almost corrupted, but still, I would like to thank whoever sent it. By the way, yeah, there was a lot of typos, but I kind of just ignored them because I don't want to spend all day dealing with typos. Now, obviously, this letter, yeah. They could have just used some English lessons. Just reading this letter creeped me out, but because of it, I am now full of this new interest to continue my blog. I guess it's just funny trying to pursue the mysteries I've always questioned. Now, my roommate knows about all of this. He thought the letter was real and actually seemed more scared than I was for a second, but I shrugged it off, so he did too. I mean, what are the chances of this being real? How would Mr. Bear know all this about public access TV and about when I went to Caledon on those occasions? More or less know my email, or me still being interested in his cellar. Huh. I was gonna send a reply to return the bee. Wow, just looking at the email address, you can tell someone wanted me to freak out. It didn't work, though. Although, to whomever you are, thank you for sparking my interest back into the full matter. Maybe I can find out more about what happened to Mr. Bear. Hopefully, because although I don't buy that email, a part of me still feels anxious. Thank you to all those who are still following me and have become avid fans. You are also why I'm choosing to continue this. Thanks, guys. Update, November 7th, 2010. Wow. I can't believe this blog hasn't been deleted yet. I haven't posted anything for so long. I have many reasons and I'd rather not discuss them just yet. It has been a rather traumatic year for me. Some of you were right. I shouldn't have gone back to trying to relive the memories of my childhood, but I couldn't resist. It's been over a year since my last post and a lot has happened. Let's recap where I'm at right now with regards to the whole Mr. Bear incident. ReturnTheBee@hotmail.com is no longer in use. I tried replying to the email, but I got no reply. I tried again a while back, still no response. I've actually moved up to Ottawa, capital of Canada, for those who don't know, for university, so I haven't been back to Caledon or back home in the Peel region for a while. I had my reasons for leaving, as you could guess why. I had to make a new email account because people keep prank mailing me pretending to be Mr. Bear. Thanks a lot, guys. Not. Why have I ventured back to this blog? Mitchell Wilson, remember my dad's ex-cop friend, gave me a phone call on October 23rd about a tape that was found in a branch of the Brampton Public Library. Not the Brapton Public Library. I want you guys to know that. Brampton is my hometown, in case you haven't picked up on that. He claims he isn't allowed to discuss the contents of the tape with me, as it is still in evidence, but he asked me to come check it out when I return home. That tape got the gears grinding again, because we all know what was on the last tapes I saw. I said no Brapton patched. I can only imagine what can be on it. I'm guessing it must have something to do with Caledon Local 21. Good guess, Elliot. Idiot. I guess I just wanted to say I'm continuing this blog, and thank you for everyone who still follows it. I don't know when my next entry will be, but when I see the tape, I'll write it what I find. I don't know what to expect, but the idea of seeing another tape has gotten me interested in this mystery all over again. Elliot. Update, January 21st, 2011. It has been a long year for me. University has been giving me the usual sleepless nights, especially since I transferred to Ottawa, which is the place to party. Sarcasm. But now I'm back home with my dad in Brampton, the town I grew up in. I got home on the 18th of December and have been visiting with friends or family. Or at least that's what I would rather have done. Now that festive holiday cheer that I usually have at this time of the month is absent. To answer the hundreds of emails and comments I got, yes, I did see the tapes that my dad's friend promised to show me. These tapes, however, act as a curse. I want to know more, yet I want to forget everything. I couldn't help it. I needed to see those tapes. Not only for myself, but for all you guys who are just as intrigued as I am about that ominous man in a bear suit from my past. However, after viewing those tapes, I feel like that pit of dread deep inside me once again. That feeling where I know that all those kids in that video are dead, that I could have been one of those kids, and that humanity is a dark, dark place. If you hadn't skipped this paragraph for the juicier details below, thank you for listening to my rambling. On January 1st, I called Mitchell Wilson and asked if there was a time where I could come by and view the tapes. Things were pretty slow at the station because of a snowstorm, so he said I could come down any time that day. The tapes were located at a branch not too far from me, so I braved the slushy roads and the terrible Brampton drivers and made my way to the Peel Regional Police Station, located at the Bromalea City Center. I met at Wilson at the front desk, where he then led me up to the second floor and into a small office. He instructed me to have a seat while he went and got the tapes. Before leaving the office, he turned to me and said, "I know you're curious, but are you sure you want to do this?" Of course I did, or at least I thought so. Besides, Wilson's friend had pulled a lot of strings to get me in there, and I didn't want to waste the opportunity. This particular station had 2 tapes on hand. I was only able to watch a few minutes of footage, however, because the second tape was apparently too damaged to be played on a VCR. Hold on, getting a drink. We're on the final stretch, by the way. This is a long-form story. This is one that, like, a creepypasta narrator would record for an hour and upload it on his YouTube channel. Tell you what, at the end of this, I will upload the, what's that word? The VOD on YouTube. I'll tweet about it when I'm done. But, of course I did, or at least, hold on. Mr. Bear's Cellar, episode 30. Mr. Bear never ceases to disturb me, especially after what almost happened when I was younger. This episode took place outside in a forest at dusk, making it slightly hard to see, especially considering the quality of the film, a trademark of anything from Caledon Local 21. The episode started with the camera being held in the paws of Mr. Bear, aiming at himself. That bear mask looked more sinister in the shadow of the tree. The unmistakable muffled voice spoke up. "Hello, children. Today, I'll be doing a wonderful thing for my friends. I will be delivering them to a faraway land where they will surely be happy." Mr. Bear turned the camera around to show an ATV with an attached trailer, but what stood out the most was that the trailer contained 7 motionless children lying side by side. This here is the first load, but more will be on their way soon." Mr. Bear turned around and pointed the camera at the large burlap tarp spread on the ground. He picked up the tarp, revealing a large hole that must have been at least 12 feet deep and maybe about 15 feet wide. The rest of the episode consisted of Mr. Bear taking each kid and dropping them into the hole. I asked Wilson if they were dead, to which he shook his head and said, "Not yet." Soon all the kids were in the pit. Some were in awkward positions due to being tossed in, but they remained unconscious. The vitamin C will surely help these children on the great journey that awaits them, Mr. Bear mentioned as he panned the camera towards multiple bottles of gasoline besides a bush. The camera zoomed into the bottles as Mr. Bear hummed before the episode ended. Wilson revealed to me that these were 7 of the 16 victims found burnt to a crisp. The gasoline is what the man playing Mr. Bear used to light them on fire. A pit full of burning children. Who the fuck would do that? That feeling of dread found me once again when I realized that I could have been one of those kids. Wilson then explained to me that he had previously lied. The other tape confiscated by the Brahmalea police branch did indeed work, and contained the filming of the actual burning. However, he felt that I wouldn't be able to handle the disturbing and graphic nature of it. And you know what? Maybe I can't. I don't even want to see it. I'm satisfied for now, but I just need some time to get myself together. The thing is, the man who ran Caledon Local 21 is still out there. More to come soon. Elliot. INRI. Once upon a time, there lived a boy named Elliot. Elliot was a clever boy who loved playing with his friends. One day, he watched a lovely television show about a bear and his children friends. The children loved helping each other out as good children should, but they also loved the bear. The bear loved the children since the children were so good at helping him in the fallen angel. The children and the bear wanted to play together forever with the help of their angel friend, but the fallen angel needed even more help, so the children had to give the ultimate sacrifice. Because that's what friends do, Elliot. They help each other. Help us, Elliot. Burn with us, Elliot. I want you, Elliot. He wants you, Elliot. Come back to my cellar. Pretty please, with sugar and icing on top. Mr. B. Update. April 5th, 2011. Let's see how far we are to the end. We're on the last part. Okay. Update. April 5th, 2011. I wanted to update more. I truly did. However, certain circumstances had turned me off the whole Caledon Local 21 thing. I've since then had hundreds of emails about my blog and was even in contact with a magazine about my story. But now is the time to come clean to everyone. Where have I been for an entire year? The story of Pandora's box is true, and I opened it. I opened it when I watched the second tape in the possession of the Brahmalea police branch. The other subject I'd like to address is the number of joke/fake emails I've been getting from people claiming to be Mr. Bear. Let's start with the second tape, as that is what traumatized me enough into stopping my search temporarily. After a few weeks of playing silent, I decided to ask Mitchell Wilson if I could view that infamous second tape he talked about. I don't know why. I just felt that viewing that tape would give me some closure. Wilson obviously was reluctant to show me, but I was persistent. He gave me an offer. If I was still interested by the time I turned 20, he would show me the tape. Not being able to do much else, I just played the waiting game. By the time my 20th birthday rolled around, I was definitely still interested in viewing the tape. I gave Wilson a call, during which he admitted that he had hoped that I would forget about it before asking him again, but I was not taking no for an answer. You really, really don't need to see it, he kept telling me, but I did need to see it. I had to at this point. Sure enough, he invited me to the Bromalea branch one Monday afternoon. Having watched every Saw film and a video of animal slaughterhouses in my ethics class, I was sure I would be able to handle whatever the tape could throw at me. How naive I was. Mr. Bear's Cellar, Episode 31. When Wilson went to collect the tape from evidence, the officer in charge of the evidence room shook his head at me, his face saying, "What are you doing?" Wilson explained this tape includes the last known episode of Mr. Bear's Cellar. I rightfully assumed that I would be seeing the fate of the children, and began to feel a sense of dread. The episode opened inside a forest, the usual one from the previous episodes. This fact took me for a while to realize because it was nighttime, and the trees and the leaves just looked like shapes dancing around in the darkness. A faint glow of light was present on the right side of the screen. There wasn't any apparent audio. It appeared to be a windy night, and yet the trees weren't making any noise. Slowly, the camera began to pan towards the glow, revealing smoke rising from a hole with the tips of flames peeking over the top. Wilson paused at this point. "Are you sure you want to see this?" he asked me. I insisted on it, even though a voice in my head was telling me not to. The video continued, and the cameraman moved towards the hole, showing the pit of fire. This was the hole that I had seen in the previous episode, only this time it was filled with shapes. I could see shapes moving around, fluttering, flailing, some motionless. I knew perfectly well what they were. The camera began to adjust to the light and burning flesh. Red, black, and a blur of surreal movement and colors. I wish I could forget what I saw, but you can't forget a scene like this. This was not a horror movie. This was reality. Human beings being killed in a horrifying way, a fate that I could have potentially met. The video was suddenly cut to dawn, and the camera now positioned further away from the hole. The fire was out, however there was still smoke rising up. A figure was up ahead. I recognized it right away. The Mr. Bear suit was laid out on the ground. Empty, it looked just as unnerving. The suit was laid out in the shape of a cross. The cameraman did a lap around the suit, treating it like a treasured artifact. Placed at the head of the suit was a sign. In bold red letters, INRI was printed. The cameraman moved back to the end of the suit, zooming into the bear's face. The episode finally ended. I was speechless. It was like a dream. You can find a lot of terrible things on the internet, but I had never seen anything like this. Wilson asked if I was okay, and I replied with a shaky yes. I assured him as we left that I was fine and that the video gave me some closure over the whole incident. He didn't seem too confident in me, but he left it at that. He was right, though. I had nightmares for weeks. I gave up. I didn't care about the whole thing anymore. A sick man burned a bunch of kids alive, tracking them with a fake kids' TV channel. I could have been one of his victims, yet I'm still here. I suppose I should be grateful, but I feel guilty. Am I still here only by pure luck? 10 months later, I'm back, but now I need to address something else. My email has been flooded with messages. Some people ask for more details, some ask if I can upload the tapes, some people email me claiming to be Mr. Bear. First, I cannot get the tapes uploaded as they're A, in police possession as evidence, and B, I have no idea how to transfer VHS onto a computer. As for people pretending to be Mr. Bear, you're not fooling me. When you have dozens of people pretending to be the same person, it doesn't work. I've even seen a fake local Caledon 21 YouTube channel, which is cute, but still not real. Even more annoying is the fact that someone hacked my account just to put up some demented poem about me on this blog. I'll leave it in the entry above this one just to show you guys. That was the poem I read earlier. INRI or whatever. I have contacted my webmaster about the entry and was told that it was posted on Halloween. Oh, spooky. Attached to the email, paintwithb@email@aol.com, which I assume is another joke email. I'm over episode 31 now. The images of what I saw will stick with me for a while, but I want to do one last hurrah. I will get into contact with Mitchell Wilson and hopefully get set up with the tapes in the possession of the other Peel Police branches. I'll try to update you guys as soon as I can. I'm sure this won't take so long again. Thank you to everyone who still reads this. Elliot. And that's where the story ends. Ooh, boy, my eyes are tired from that one. So a couple of things could have happened here. And what we're gathering here is that either Elliot got, which is fucked, or he forgot to update the blog. But I think that what happened was that he just, I think the story ended and Elliot got killed. I think he shouldn't have watched any more tapes. Yeah, I think I should go to bed too. Hopefully the assassin doesn't screech at me while I'm sleeping. Hopefully Tails getting crucified doesn't appear in my nightmares. This was the longest stream I've ever done, and it's mostly because of the Mr. Bear story. Thank you guys for staying with me through Final Fantasy and the creepypastas, and I genuinely appreciate it. And, as usual, I'm really grateful you guys stuck around for Poco time. Feel free to subscribe or whatever. Follow the channel. I'm gonna try and stream more often as usual. Good night, guys, and thanks for watching. No more Poco time.